Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Bandhavadhitham Gaganasabhusham Tattvamasyadiraksham Ekham Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavadhitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. Welcome all the viewers from all over the world who are joining us today for this Parashakti Akashic reading. So in today's program, we'll be understanding what are the Akashic readings, who is Devi Parashakti, how is she manifesting through the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. We will understand how we can ask our question to Devi Parashakti directly and what all Devi has revealed for humanity during this time. So let us get started. Understand who is Devi Parashakti. Devi is the divine cosmic mother. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmandayoni, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity of Hinduism. In the words of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself about the cosmic mother, first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even idea to relate, starts with the mother. How to relate starts with the mother. Understand your idea to relate, your ability to relate starts with the mother. Mother is too important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. And today, out of its extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Let us understand what is Baba Samadhi Darshan. So Sama is oneness, and Adi means source. So Samadhi means being one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. So darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being. As just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetime and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful, superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver catches it is the moment of darshan. Let us understand now the science of the Bhava Samadhi darshan. The first thing we need to know is that divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. Divine cosmic beings manifest through the Achavatara, the deities in temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi darshans in the Nijavatara, the incarnations. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of the Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where the formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva. So, for example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The Achavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not yet mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Achavatara directly. So the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and creates the experience of superconscious energy in all of us. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy. And every human being, this influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process, improves immunity to disease, and during the darshan, the whole brain becomes alive, turning into a superconductor of superconscious energy that heals, empowers, and transforms our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. The Akashic readings are not predictions, they are readings from the cosmic archive. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time, stars see past, present, and future. And because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happened, happening, yet to happen are clearly already recorded. So let us now understand who is the avatar, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, and how is he manifesting Devi Parashakti, and why is he manifesting Devi Parashakti for the healing of each and every one of us, for the guidance and blessings, and answering all of our prayers. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, and is recognized by his predecessors as who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Satyakam, is the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamshi Surangi Samrajam, is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kailasa Shamala Pita Satyakam, and is the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atala Akhada, is the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Dharma Mukti Swaragapura Adinam, and has been elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as a teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed and read and watched, and has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and has over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded, and over 10,000 hours of discourses delivered. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures, including the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, and more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, is a reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, Rudras, Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sannyas, and is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa Nithyananda University, and is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems, and the founder and reviver of over 100 Satvik and the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million published scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. So now that we have understood who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi Parashakti, let us now enter into the extraordinary powers, the demonstration of the extraordinary powers of Paramashiva and Parashakti. So we will be witnessing the demonstration, the live Sakshi Pramana of the extraordinary powers by the initiated disciples and Gurukul Balasans of the Nithyananda order. So we will be
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Good evening, everyone. Now, welcome all of you to this segment of the Paramashiva's Akashic reading, where you'll be witnessing the various powers of Paramashiva being manifested. Today, the Balsans and the yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of the third eye and share with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of divine powers awakened in us through the power of Diksha, initiation by the avatar. So in today's day Parashik's Akashic reading, all of you will be receiving the initiation into various awakening powers of the third eye with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of the universe. Today, you'll be manifesting following powers: the power of third eye, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded and see, and second is scanning the thought current scanning. So all of you will be wondering, like you'll be having these questions of yourself, how to awaken these divine Shaktis in us. So in the Vedas and Agamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest the 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis or the divine powers. Manifesting powers, Shaktis are described as a system or a method, a sign for various human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have the Shaktis manifest in the fundamental cognition that you are divine and you need to manifest the divine, rather not from the cognition that you are a man and you need to reach the divine. So, the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis, you'll be hearing many words of Siddhis and what's the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. So, Shaktis are expressed from the space of enlightenment. As a side effect, can have intense feeling connection and high integrity with the Guru. And Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are the powers that manifest in the tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are in path of enlightenment. Shaktis manifest through an ordinary human being in an extraordinary way after just the one initiation from the avatar, and Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not that permanent and may divert you from enlightenment experiences. So, who's the source of all these Shaktis? Who's none other than Paramashiva, who's the ultimate, who's the primary divinity in Hinduism, who's the ultimate reality and cause, who's self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, Avyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakriti or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, city, sovereign rulership and maintenance, samhara, rejuvenation, prabhava, pulling out of delusion, and anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities in the multiverse. So the avatar of Paramashiva, who is none other than the supreme point of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasamidana, his divine holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is incarnated as a 1008 living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva, and the reviver of Kailasa, which is the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization nation, the great cosmic godless civilization. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of all enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was while science of enlightenment and power Shaktis was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Court of Hinduism is reviving these growing sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished above. So, how do you awaken these divine powers in all of us? So, before that, the Guru Parampara, how this knowledge, science of manifesting these Shaktis are being passed down from one generation to the next through the deep initiations by the enlightened ones. So the supreme point of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained into the science of power manifestation so that he can provide the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions of people across the globe to manifest the science of power manifestation from the discipline of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogi powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and ultimately Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do you awaken this divine power in all of us? So every jnana, the ultimate truth, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as a possibility and power of every being which is pregnant. So let's now watch a short clip on what exactly is Diksha. Diksha can be transferred either by word, look, or a touch by the incarnations. Yes, so now we'll be watching a short clip on what exactly is Diksha, what are its benefits.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes. So how do we know this power manifestation is authenticated? So in Hinduism, we authenticated this kind of power manifestation through four aspects of evidences or pramanas in Sanskrit. So the first is the Shastra Pramana, which is eternal, unchangeable truths revealed through scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. And second is the Artha Pramana, the experiences and results of the Arthas or the authorities of Hinduism who time tested and verified this Vedic science. And next is the Artha Pramana, the supreme point of Hinduism's personal experience on science of power manifestation. Last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence and observation and scientific experimentation done on science of power manifestation. So what exactly are the Vedas and the Agamas? Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for the Hindus. Vedas are pure science where ultimate truths are explained very elaborately, whereas agamas are the scriptures where applied technology, the applied science is expanded in a very detail. So Vedas and Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti, that is the word, as they directly revealed by Paramashiva, they are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. So a reference taken from these source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana or the scriptural reference. So today we will be witnessing three most extraordinary powers of the third eye, which is one, the third eye, the power of third eye reading seen through the third eye. Second is the power of body scanning, and parallelly the power of moksha. So the first power which we're going to demonstrate today is the power of third eye reading seen through the third eye. And the scriptural reference, Shastra Pramana of the power of third eye reading, comes from the Vigyan Bhaivatantra Sutra to the कपालान्तर्मनोन्यस तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसोदार्ढ्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यभुत्तमम्. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. And next is the Apta Pramana. So this Apta Pramana is taken from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna beautifully says to Arjuna that न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव सचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. The translation goes, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. So in the Hindu Purana, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Shri Krishna initiates Arjuna and power of the third eye to behold Shri Krishna's Vishnu Darshan, which is his own cosmic form. So in the 11th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which contains an elaborate, detailed descriptions of Bhagavan Shri Krishna's cosmic form, which is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Shri Krishna through his third eye.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, everything, everything. Just became so alive. The idea, something is inside,
And the last is a prediction about a scientific study done on the science of power manifestation. So the study measures and compares metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states of consciousness using the positron emission tomography, the PET. So when doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located, and in these states of samadhi, only the third eye region is active and alive, and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is active. And last is a Sakshi Pramana, where you will be witnessing live right now of the power of the third eye region done by initiated disciples by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Paramashivam after a short break. Yes, we are back, and I'm back with an extraordinary Balasant of Nityananda Gurukul named Vaniti Kaladarananda. And today, she will be the Balasant who will be demonstrating this power of Todaridi. And along with me over here, I have an medically certified eyeball. You see in the front, there's black color of the sheet, and you see at the back, there's two holes, so there's two sockets. So once you wear the eyeband on, your eyes goes and gets blocked. And there's nice thick sponge which covers all sorts of light. And there's not any sort of light to pass through. So this medically certified eyeband, Ma Kaladra will be putting it on herself and will be demonstrating the power of Toda for all. So meanwhile, I put the eyeband on Maniki Kaladra. I request all the viewers who's watching us live right now. If you want to invite your friends also to come and put your comments on the YouTube channel and we'll be reading live Today reading comments from there. So please go ahead and post your comments and I will put the Ivan on my calendar. So now I'll be unstrapping the Ivan from all of you. Ma Kaladra, are comfortable? Yes. Thank you for the confirmation. Yes, so to make all the viewers that Ma Kaladra's IBAN is actually that actually like no source of light will pass through, I request her to move to my right, left, up, down. So you can see that all sorts of the ice is completely locked and there's no sort of light passing through it. And now we'll be reading comments from the YouTube channel. Okay, so I request the comment sections to be projected. So all the viewers, I kindly request you to please go ahead and post whatever you want, either words, letters, combination of numbers, emojis, or anything, paragraph, anything you want Ma Kalada to read through the power of Torah, and she will definitely read. Yes, the stage is yours. You can go ahead, Ma Kalada.
Yes, the latest comment is from DOLLY Reddy and she has posted Om. And the previous comment is from
You can spell it out.
Shravana MAPPILSAIYAN. She has posted Om Mahakalabaidavaya Namaha. And the previous comment is also from the same person and she has posted Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And the previous comment is also from the same person. She has posted Om Mahakalabaidavaya Namaha again. And the previous comment is again from the same person and she has posted Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And again it is from Shavanan has posted Om Mahakalabaidavaya Namaha and then again Om Nithyananda Mahakalabaidavaya Namaha, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Om Mahakalabaidavaya Namaha, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So basically, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam, Mahakalabaidavaya Namaha is repeating again and again.
Alternate.
Yeah. I now request you to comments to be refreshed. So after now we'll be moving on to Facebook comments. Yes, you can go ahead, Makalagra.
Yes, the latest comment is from PON HAUHAU. So she has posted an emoji of a two rabbits attacking each other with the pink cheeks.
Okay.
And the previous comment is also from her. She has posted a cat picture with ears being covered with a big heart, and around the cat, and the cat is putting its butt out with a, and around the big heart there are 5 light red hearts. And HAU has posted 2 rabbit pictures being amazed of looking at something with the yellow color lines on it.
Yes. May I request the YouTube comments again?
Yes. Mama, hi, Helen. This is the expressions of me, I am. As posted, love your decision and commitment, Ma Kaladra. You are going to be an extraordinary adult and are already amazing. Bliss.
Wonderful.
Blessed.
Wonderful.
Exclamation mark.
Wonderful. Yes, Makaladra has read all the comments of both the channels, YouTube and the Facebook channel. And now I'll be ruling the Ivan of Makaladra. I'm sure to all of you that the Ivan is still the same and intact, as you can still see. And now we will move on to the next power, which is power of body scanning and the power of remote vision. Yes. So in the power of body scanning, the initiated disciples of the Nithyananda yogis will have the ability to scan and the illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues and provide the solutions through their awakened product. So the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning comes from the Vijnana Tantra, Sutra 54. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam yatvante vyajyate para. The translation goes, cultivate deeply from the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe. Simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in the source cause Paramashiva. By experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradi, Adishakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. And next is the Apta Pramana. So this Apta Pramana, which is 5,000 years ago old, has been taken from a very own life named Asiddha named Tereya, who was one of the prominent disciples of Sage Agastya. One day, a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agastya for healing. Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there's a small tip of Tere, a type of frog, which is sitting in a person's brain. Agastya immediately instructs Tereya, his disciple, to perform an open surgery and remove the frog from the person's brain. After the surgery got completed successfully, the person got healed and cured of the headache, and thus the disciple gained the name Tere. And next is the Artha Pramana, where Swami beautifully shares in his own words that only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was supposed to go for surgery and therefore medical checkups related to that. At that time, we detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poison. Through the power of body scan, I found out what the problems and balances had happened and what the balances has to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. And last is Sakshi Pramana, where various disciples across the globe have experienced this science, this power of body scan into day-to-day life, and could see the tremendous transformation which occurs in them. So we will now entering the power of remote vision. Let us now witness the Shastra Pramana for power of remote vision. The Shastra Pramana for the power of remote vision comes from the Vijnana Tantra, Sutra 92. Vyomakaram swamatmanam dhyaye dhikberanakritam nirashaya chiti shaktihi swarupam darshaye tadha. The translation goes, concentrate and cognize with restful awareness on oneself in the form of vast etheric space or sky, Vyomakaram, which is limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus, the Chitta Shakti, the power of consciousness, free from all support, reveals and manifests herself as the form of one essential nature of the self. And next is the Apta Pramana. The Apta Pramana is taken from a Purana, from the epic, the Mahabharata. In the Hindu Purana Mahabharata, the whole world, the sacred scripture Bhagavad Gita is narrated to blind King Dhritarashtra by his trusted charioteer Sanjaya. Sanjaya is initiated into the third eye power by the power of Dura Drishti, the remote vision, and Dura Shruti, the power of hearing, remote distances. It is through Sanjaya's narration that humanity has received the sacred scripture the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. The next is the Atma Pramana. In Atma Pramana, in an account from Swamiji's own life, where Narayana Swami Tata was one of the gurus of the Supreme of the Hinduism, who was well known in Tirunamalai to see remote distances at peace. One day, a senior police officer came to Narayana Swami Tata seeking the help to find a thief whom he was searching for the last 1 week. Narayana Swami Tata turned towards Swamiji and asked him to see it whereabouts in the mirror with the Jnananjana applied and show the police officer. Swamiji not only saw the whereabouts of the thief in the mirror, but also showed the same to the police officer, after which the thief was caught in the same location as revealed by Swamiji. And the last is the Sakshi Pramana, where again various disciples across the globe. So you can see few sharings of thousands of disciples fully sharing the power of remote vision by none other than by the Supreme Fount of Hinduism. So now you will be witnessing a live demonstration of these two powers of power of body scanning and the power of remote vision after a short break. We'll be right back. Yes. So along with me, I have two extraordinary power manifestors, and to my right, I have Maniti Yoga Prananda, who will be doing the power of remote vision to all of you. And to my left, I have Maniti Brahma Yogananda, who will be demonstrating the power of body scanning to all. So, those of you who want a body scanning and a remote vision, your house to be scanned, I request you to post on the YouTube channel, and we will be taking comments live on there. I request the YouTube comments to be refreshed. Yes, anyone who wants a remote vision or a body scanning done by the Balasins, you can go ahead and request in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and we'll gladly be doing the body scanning for all of you. Yes, so meanwhile, as we get viewers to comment on the channel, I want to request my yoga prana to share about how they should actually do the power of remote vision. Like, it actually sounds interesting as a viewer watching live on YouTube. Witnessing the power of remote vision actually look a bit interesting. It's like almost like you're scanning like various places across the globe where you're not being visited, right? So how do you exactly see it? Okay, so just before that, my Mahajan Nithyananda has requested, can you please scan how to regrow my gums? If this is possible at all, or is that not possible for me at this point, and stage of gum recession? Thank you. So, my Mahajan Nithyananda, while my yoga is sharing, I'll be doing the scanning for you, and I'll reveal to you after this. Yes. So, to personally share my experience of the power of remote vision, it is something very extraordinary. At first, it was actually not very easy for me to manifest. I used to scan and I actually used to guess, okay, your house has maybe 5 rooms or 2 rooms or 2 bathrooms like this. I used to guess. But after that, that trust got established in me, I was like, okay, Swamiji is manifesting this power. It is not me who's manifesting. Swamiji is doing it, and if he is doing it, he knows everything. And of course, I can manifest. So just with that one cognition, when that got established in me, automatically I was able to start seeing in so much more detail. It's not just guessing. I feel like I'm walking through the house, and like it is a very amazing experience, because so many times people are also shocked of how I'm able to manifest this power. It's just with the grace and blessings of Swamiji. And yes, Ma Brahma Yoga, you can go ahead and start sharing.
Yes, Sama Mahanjalinda Paramashiva revealed that it is possible for you to grow your gums, and that is possible. Just keep applying the pulp of lemon. Like just you can cut up a lemon and put the pulp of it on your gums and just massage your gums. Or you can also put honey on your gums and massage your gums. If you put either of this and like continuously keep it on your gums as much as possible, and you'll see that your gums will regrow really quick, and also they'll be really healthy.
Yes, wonderful scanning and experience by both of the Balsons, and I would like to invite all the viewers, if you still want a body scanning and a scan to be done in your house, we'll be doing the live demonstration every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST Indian Standard Time. And yes, so Ma Jayendra Sitananda has commented that saying lemon, honey, and lemon. Thank you, Ma. Yes. And the next segment where you'll be learning on who is Dev Parashakti and what is she? What is divine feminine consciousness? And before we move ahead to the next segment, Ma Brahmayoga would like to share her experiences. You can go ahead, Ma.
Yes, I'll share my experience of how I feel when I manifest the power of body scanning, and how I felt the first time I did this power. So, like for a long time, I have been doing body scanning, and I've been practicing it for I really love doing body scanning, and I have been practicing it for a long time. But I've never gone and before I never went on demo. So the first time I went on a demo was on Kalpata's program. It was the physical participants were there, and it was on a weekend. So I did one body scanning demonstration for one eye. So he came forward and he asked me for a body scanning. And I was scanning his body. That time I saw Paramashiva revealed to me that he recently got a minor surgery on his left thigh. So that is like such a straightforward thing. Like if he got it, then it's a yes, otherwise it's a no. And I was like really nervous. I didn't know whether tell it, is it from my third eye, or is it from my imagination? Is it true or is it not true? I didn't know what to do. And I was just sitting there with my eyes closed for a long time. Like in the moment I closed my eyes, I got the whole image and I got the whole thing. But even then, I was sitting there for a long time because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. So at last, I was like, okay, Swamiji, I'm surrendering at your feet, whether it's right, whether it's wrong. And I just clenched my hands tight and I just told that, Aya, you recently got a minus surgery on your left side. And he had no words to say. It was completely correct. And he was like, Ma, how do you do this? It's just amazing. And that is my first experience of body scanning. And from then onwards, I completely had trust. And anything which comes in my third eye, I immediately repeat it, knowing that it's all Paramashiva's, like it's everything which he revealed and will surely be handled.
Yes, so all the viewers who's watching us live right now, I'd like to thank you for joining us in this segment of the Parashika's Akashic series, where you witness on how the powers of Paramashiva are being manifested. And do not forget, at the end of this segment, you will be manifesting these same extraordinary powers by yourself. So with this, I would like to conclude this segment. I would like to move on to the next segment. I'd like to invite Ma Bhadra to go ahead with the next segment. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. We're soon going to be having Ma Madhura joining with us, who will be sharing and explaining to us about the divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti, what are her divine qualities, and how to connect with the divine mother. As all of us know, the mother is the first person who we trust in our lives, the first person who we know will always be there to stand up for us, who is always there to hold us, who is always there to protect us. The first person who we trust is the mother. And even as a baby, also the first very word we say is Ma. You call out to the mother. So the divine cosmic mother herself is manifesting through the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, and she is fulfilling all our boons, desires, unfulfilled desires, everything she is fulfilling of ours, and she is taking care of us just like our own mother. So we'll be learning so much about how to connect with Devi Parashakti, what are her qualities, and so much more. I request the slides to be projected. Yes, I request the Divine Feminine Consciousness slides to be projected. You can see it. Wow.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Nithyananda, welcome back, dear viewers. Sorry for the delay. Let us now understand who is Devi Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness. The Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti states, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as a shining in a vermilion red body, with the triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. This is from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. And it continues on. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima, and she is the self within me. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source, source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti is the herself manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. In the words of the Supreme of Devi Parashakti herself, describing herself, raising in as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Rimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming as two, as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Ichcha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as the nine Grahas, blossoming as the 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras. So how do we receive Devi Parashakti? Literally, in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep two betel leaf, one banana, one betel nut, and one coin in front of the screen. Watch the Devi Darshan, and the coin is considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be even of the lowest value. It can be even 1 cent in India, even 1 paise in 1 cent in the US, and 1 paise in India. You can offer that to Devi, and after the darshan is over, you can do the namaskar, eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, and take it as prasadam immediately. Collect all the coins, and you can send them to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious behaviors. And how do you set up the tambulam? So you can set up with 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin, just as the picture shows. And you can offer this to Devi Parashakti every day and receive her with all of your love and devotion. Yes, now we'll be entering into the next segment where we will be understanding some of the various revelations made by Devi Parashakti. As many of you know, Devi has been continuously blessing us, guiding us, and manifesting just for the sake of answering all of our prayers. Devi's not just guided us individually, but also as a humanity at large. She has revealed many secrets about the world, about political situations, about the COVID pandemic, and what we should be expecting in the future. So in this segment, let us understand some of these various revelations made by Devi Parashakti. Let us understand the compassion of the avatar first. In the Guru Padaka Stotram, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padaka, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And the verse translates, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with a sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. Many of us have been feeling stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during the pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic, and we are unsure what to do. And of course, yes, our loved ones are dying, our homes are being destroyed, and we are facing many natural disasters. And it is at this time that the Cosmic Mother has come to alleviate the suffering of humanity. It is at this time that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the incarnation of the cosmic superconsciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the Cosmic Mother, and guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that will help us cross this pralaya. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each and every one of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. And Devi has guided the whole of humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, showing us the future regarding the global issues, COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more. And in this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which is manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti, for us to imbibe deeply and start following Devi Parashakti's revelation and guidance.
So now let's see how Devi Parashakti manifests, and she revealed the Akashic readings. So we will be learning about the revelations of Devi Parashakti on the 8 methods to protect you from coronavirus on the 30th of April.
Yes, so let us first watch the video.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7, பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். எட்டில் ஒன்று செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்
So let us look at Devi Parashakti's revelations mapped into English. Oh, humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I'm residing, worshiping me by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me, doing the Ajaba Ajaba of the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels, and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Purana that blossoms as aham, aham, in the Ananda Spuranata. In the above revelations, Devi Parashakti has revealed the 8 methods to protect all of humanity from COVID-19. We are now going to review all of these methods and understand the benefits and science behind them. So the first method is by praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti.
So the 12 science-based benefits of meditation is published by Healthline, says it reduces stress, controls anxiety, promotes emotional health, enhances self-awareness, lengthens the attention span, may reduce age, and much more.
And a study done by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has shown how prayer and meditation has a direct impact on our both physical and as well as our mental health.
And another study by Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during the times of crisis such as COVID-19.
Yes, and in Everyday Health, it was published how prayer and spirituality protects emotional health by offering a bigger sense of purpose, providing social support, lifting the spirits, and helping you cope with difficulties and multiple. Yes, and the Avatar himself has directly demonstrated how meditation can directly impact our brains. Let us now watch this video and understand exactly how it can impact our mind.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that, because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They are replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle. Probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life. So the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swami showed. But this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure chemical. You eat the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of the states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
Yes. Now that we've understood how meditation impacts our minds, let us hear from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself about prayer and how prayer is the best stress buster. Doing puja is the best stress buster.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand? Nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, every day puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do everyday puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja. Relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand, you do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. It's a piece of God. Literally.
Now that we've understood the benefits of prayer and meditation, let us see the next method that we can use to protect ourselves from COVID. By surrendering to Devi Parashakti through social media. During the Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti has given us the opportunity to connect with her through various social media platforms and attends to us individually to our prayers and showers us with blessings and boons. Let us now see how we can connect with Devi Parashakti. So the first way is by becoming a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. You can join as a member, and during the live Parashakti Akashic readings, you can ask your questions in the comment section.
And on Facebook, you can like and follow Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page.
Yes, and you can also ask your questions during the live video, during the live Parashakti Akashik reading in the comment section. You can also follow Sri Nithyananda on Twitter and ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar.
And on Instagram, you can follow Sri Nithyananda, the Instagram page. And step 2, you can ask your questions in the comments.
Yes, and then the last way is by asking your questions in WhatsApp. You can go to kailasa.org and you can go to the WhatsApp chat box that pops up and ask your questions in the WhatsApp chat box. So all of these ways you can connect with Devi Parashakti directly and see how she blesses you and so many other beings. Let us watch that video now.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
And the next method is by worshiping Devi Parashakti, by doing the fire walking wherever she resides. The Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed that fire walking is an alchemy process, and if you do the fire walking, coronavirus will not affect you at all, because the fire walking time, small blisters will happen in your heel, and even if the small blisters do not happen, you will be protected from corona problem. You will not be affected at all by corona. It will not work on you. It will not affect you. It is a very traditional vaccination method. And if you do one fire walking, you are absolutely protected from corona. Pray to Mahamariam and do the fire walking. That is all. It is like a traditional, powerful vaccination. You can pray to Parashakti, Mahamari, do the Pachepatni Ratham, and do the fire walking. So let us understand the science behind fire walking as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism.
All these transmutation processes means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet. because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive. They don't become, they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of firewalking.
Yes. Now let us watch the Supreme Concept of Hinduism do the fire walking himself in Tirunamalai.
சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி
Yes. Now, let us also understand what science has revealed about fire walking.
So the study establishes how firewalking increases higher levels of happiness and lower fatigue levels compared to non-participants. So you can see a study conducted by the US National Study of Medicine's National Institutes of Health in the US.
Fourth method is by applying turmeric on your chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day. So let's understand the benefits of neem juice as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism.
Bididi. It is not, I'm not talking from air, I'm talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to live comfortably in that very land. It's only pouring, pouring. Karumari's grace. Wherever we started ashram, nature completely cooperates because we know biology, whole biology. things. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. The problem will be solved. Understand, if you are irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki. You will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice. You release healing, compassionate vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder, if a woman takes bath with that, she is equivalent to Mahamayi. She is embodiment of Karumari, because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend people start doing all these activities like applying neem paste and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma and taking bath, especially for men, basma, for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both all genders. That is different. If you want specific, I'll recommend the neem and turmeric for female body, haritaki and basma for male body. Understand your whole biology things. Working on whole biology changes the whole life. So, now with this understanding the whole biology things, think Mahavagya. This is Ajapa Japa. Think Mahavagya. With the understanding your whole biology things.
sorry for the technical glitch. So now that we've understood the benefits of name juice and the four of the methods that Devi Parashakti has revealed, we will be moving on to the next portion of the program for the interest of time, and we will be going through the next four methods in the next program tomorrow. So now let us enter into this next segment where we will understand some of the ways that we can connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply. As all of us know, Devi has been just manifesting for the purpose of our healing, our guidance, and our answering all of our prayers. So in this segment, we will go through the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti and understand how each of these offerings is an opportunity for us to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti and connect with her more deeply. So let us enter into this next segment and connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply. So offerings are not made out of any fear or greed, but they are purely a offering of devotion, of gratitude, of love, just to say thank you for the divine happening in your life. And these offerings are merely a part of the grand Leela played out by the Avatar, just for the sake of your enlightenment. So let us now look at some of these offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. Yeah. Let us understand the context of making these offerings and how we can connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply through these offerings.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவபக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவபக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி.
So Devi Parashakti is the completion of both the masculine and feminine consciousness. And both consciousness have to be expressed equally by every human being to be enlightened. Until enlightenment, only the masculine dimension expresses more than the feminine dimension, irrespective of whether they are in the male or female physical bodies. And for every human being, they have to complete with 5 dimensions to achieve enlightenment. The Pitrus, the ancestors, the Kula Devatas, the family deities, the parents who we inherit our very DNA from, and nature, of course, and ultimately Guru, who will be bestowing enlightenment upon you. Incompletions are life negative and adharmic cognitions in the 5 dimensions that lead to misconstrued karana and karya, the cause and effect, and further lead to suffering and pain and calamities in the individual, personal, collective, and global levels. Being sensitive is being aware and in gratitude to life for everything from the air that we breathe, to the place that we sit, to the energy that we feel that we exist, to the energy to celebrate our existence. And these 43 energies constitute our human body. When all 43 are integrated to Dharma, one becomes enlightened. And Dharma is the cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity from the level of the Panchabhutas. And this is the core principle of Hinduism. Awakening the sacred feminine is key to enlightenment. When awakened, man expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. He becomes a great revered leader. When awakened, woman expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. She becomes Devi, the cosmic mother, expressing all of the powers. And the key to awaken the sacred feminine consciousness is conscious sovereignty, which we've heard from Swamiji about so much over the last several months. Out of the millions of paths, the easiest, sweetest, and most beautiful path to enlightenment is connecting with the cosmos as mother, Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. Devi is the one who expresses as Guru all the gods, all the manifestations in the universe. She can straight away deliver enlightenment by connecting through the cosmic umbilical cord. And offerings are not to benefit the divine, but to close our gap with the divine. When we achieve completion with
Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes. So offerings to Devi Parashakti or any offerings to the divine is not to benefit the divine, but to close our gap with the divine consciousness. When we achieve completion with the Divine Mother, her infinite powers, with her infinite sweet grace, starts nourishing all our dimensions through the cosmic umbilical cord. There is nothing too small, nothing too big one can offer to connect with the Divine Mother. It has to be from a space of love of a child looking at a mother and handing her what it has to share with her, or of deep love and gratitude. It can be a cup of milk or a flower or it can be a precious jewel to adorn her smiling face or hair. Vedic rishis have clearly stated the techniques to connect with the sacred feminine consciousness to awaken the same qualities in us. One can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but with the divine cosmic mother, it is only by worshipping her feet with devotion. Mother worship is the most non-violent, most peace-centered, most healing, soothing, and sweetest path to enlightenment among all traditions on planet Earth. Worshipping includes contemplating, meditating through sacred offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet. And why the divine feminine? Because she is, of course, the ultimate. The Shastra Pramana for the divine feminine. Om aham rudrebhir vasubhi charmi aham adityair uta vishvadevai aham mitra varuno bhabhi prami aham indragni aham ashvino bha. In this verse from the Rig Veda, Devi says, I walk as the 11 Rudras, I walk as the Vasus, I walk as Vishnu and other Adityas, all divine forms, the Vishwadevas, assuming the form of the inner self of all gods. I hold aloft Mitra and Varuna, even as Indra and Agni I do, and the Ashwin twins do. Ekadasha Rudras, Maharudra, Ashtavasus, Dwadasha Adityas, Vishwa Devata, all of them are my retinue. I move around in my various forms with them as my retinue. I protect all of them, including Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Agni, and Ashwini Devatas. Devi declares herself as the inner self of all gods, divine energies. She is the all pervading and all permeating. And now let us see the various offerings to Devi Parashakti to express this love and gratitude. You can offer the e-hundi in any amount. And a verse on Devi Parashakti says, Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadharadhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. If there is any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant in the autumn of our lives when thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu. Sharadharadhya means worshipped by Devi Sharada, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. In the Linga Purana, Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadaini is the Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. And today, you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan by offering your kanika, your token of love, devotion, and gratitude to Devi Parashakti through the offering of e-hundi. The e-hundi is an offering that can be made in any amount and in any currency, in multiple currencies of your choice for any amount. It is your pure devotion and love, your expression of your devotion for the Cosmic Mother. So you can make all of these offerings. We also have the sankalpa, the conscious resolution that can be offered. And in the Saundarya Lahari, verse 27, it says, Japo jalpas shilpam sakalam apimudra virachana gati pradakshinya kramanam asa asanadhyai huti vidihi pranamas samvesha sukham akilam atmarpana drisha saparya paryayastava bhavatu yanme vilasitam. And the meaning of this verse says, let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become the chanting of your name. Let all my movements become auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around thee. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire offerings or oblations in the homa or yajna to thee. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you, and let all actions and pleasures of mine become part of your worship. Blessings for both asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten wishes to manifest by the grace of Devi Parashakti is possible by making the sankalpa, the conscious resolution. And when you make a conscious resolution and offer your prayers to Devi, blessings for both the asked and the unasked, the remembered and the forgotten wishes are blessed and will manifest by the grace of Devi herself. And next we have the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the offering of the gold coins inscribed with one of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. And this Sahasranama Kasu would adorn Devi as a string of 1008 coins with each of her names. So you can offer any number of coins in 3 different denominations of 75, 151, and 251 US dollars to adorn the very form of Devi Parashakti. And this offering brings the Yajaman the blessings to manifest and or awaken the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes and powers. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring. The finger ring made of gold and embedded with a pearl in it. So this offering can also be made in 3 different denominations. And in the Devi Suktam, verse 30, it says, Ya Sam Pratam Chodhata Daitya Tapitair Asmabhir Isha Chasurair Namasyate Ya Chasmritatat Shanameva Hantinaha Sarva Pado Bhakti Vinamra Murtibhihi. And the meaning of this verse, let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by the gods, who is served by Devendra, who is praised by Devas, troubled by the Asuras, who is praised and remembered as devotion to her, solves all, who is the source of all good in the world. Let that goddess destroy all obstacles. And this brings the blessings for protection and fear, blessings for protection from all dangers and fears. And this offering of the Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring, is also available in three different denominations of $251, $501, and $751. And you can offer this to Devi Parashakti as your offering of devotion and gratitude.
The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, and it is described that Devi is the one who bestows accomplishments and intellect, the one who showers worldly prosperity, Devi who powers the subtle mantras of the cosmos. I bow to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. So when you offer this Swarna Padma Pushpa, you will be blessed with attracting all positive relationships in your life, in personal and in business dimensions.
And the next offering is the Swarna Metti, which is the gold toe ring of Devi Parashakti to adorn the beautiful lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And in Saundarya Lahari, the verse 2 says, Taniyam Shampam Sum Tava Charana Pankeruha Bhavam Virinchi Sanchinman Virachayati Lokan Avikalam Vahati Evam Shauri Katamapi Sahasrena Shirasam Harasam Shudyainam Bhajati Basit Titot Alamavidhim. And the meaning of this verse is Lord Brahma, the creator of your, selects a dust from your feet and creates he this world. The great Adishesha, with his 1,000 heads, somehow carries a dust of your feet with great effort. And the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nice and uses it as the holy ash. And today you can offer the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring, and receive blessings for life of leadership qualities by offering worship to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And these blessings are achieved even by worshipping a tiny grain of dust from her feet. Metti is the gold toe ring to worship by adorning the divine feet of Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother. So you can give your token of love and gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by adorning her divine lotus feet with the gold toe ring. And this is also available for offering today on the website for $750.
Next offering is the Mantika, the golden hairline jewelry. And it is described that Devi is the one who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara to the Anya and permeates through all the 72,000 nadis to give the ultimate experience of the cosmos. And the Mantika, the hairline, represents the overflowing Sahasrara. So when you offer this golden Mantika, you will be blessed with an overflowing Sahasrara by Devi Parashakti that will fill you with bliss and permeate to all 72,000 nadis. And you'll be blessed with the light of enlightenment.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And the Shastra Pramana for this offering. The verse says, Yasho me gatam dikshu dana Pritapaj Jagat Vastu Sarvam Kare Yat Prasadat Gurorakhi Padme Manaschena Lagnam Tatatkim 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 Tatatkim. And the translation of this verse: my repute has travelled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as rewards for my virtues. Yet, if one's mind be not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? And this by Adi Shankaracharya, this verse. And this offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the expression of gratitude to our Guru, can be made today also on the website for $1,008, and one can sign up for this offering and offer your gratitude and devotion to the sacred feet of the Guru, manifesting as the Nijavatara of Devi Parashakti. Devi is Guru, the feminine consciousness, one beyond the idea of male and female. The most auspicious offering to Guru, the dimension of the cosmic mother, is by offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. You can make this offering today and be blessed with the sweetest path to enlightenment.
And the next offering is the Vastra Seva. This is the offering of clothes to the Guru during the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And of course, Devi has manifested through our very own Guru, the one beyond the idea of male and female, the ultimate feminine consciousness. And Guru is the dimension of the cosmic mother. And when you offer this Vastra Seva, the clothes to the feet of the Guru, you will be bestowed with the sweetest, most complete path with complete protection on your way to enlightenment.
So here is a summary of all the offerings that are available for you to offer to Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, on the website. So you can make the e-hundi offerings in any amount and in any currency. Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, which will answer and manifest your asked and unasked questions and wishes and blessings, prayers. You can make the offering of the conscious resolution, the Sankalpa, also on the website. The Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the offering of the gold coins, any number of coins in 3 different denominations, coins which are inscribed with one of the 1,008 names of Devi Parashakti. The Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring, and the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus flower. Both of these can also be made in 3 different denominations. The Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring to adorn the feet of Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry to adorn the Sahasrara, the crowns of Devi Parashakti. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva to offer gratitude to Guru, the cosmic mother, who's manifesting as the Nijavatara of Devi Parashakti. So all of these offerings can be made on the website. And the link to the website is gateway.nithyanandeshwarahindutemple.org/nhtla/product /Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan donations. And this is the website. You can see the various offerings that can be made on this link. The Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metni, the Swarna Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. And you can also make the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Enter all your details in the form that comes up, and you can make your offerings today. And you can also become a member of the YouTube channel of Devi Parashakti and post your prayers and blessings on the live YouTube chat. So on the YouTube channel, you can click on the join button and become a member and post your prayers and blessings on the live YouTube chat for Devi Parashakti, and your prayers are blessed by Devi Parashakti herself. And you can join the channel as a member in with various options as a bronze, silver, gold, platinum, or premium. And you can join for a month. Yes. And with that, we will now be moving to the next segment, the offering, the understanding of how Adi Kailash has been implementing the COVID care as prescribed by Devi Parashakti herself and making this available to all of humanity. So now we'll be moving to the next segment.
Nithyanandam, thank you, ma. Welcome back to this segment. Nithyanandam, everyone. In this segment, we're going to learn about the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, which are Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessing. And let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So, what you will learn from this segment today is concerning statistics due to the COVID-19 pandemic. What are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions? Why the temple-based ecosystems and how they are becoming the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies and COVID care protection centers. And some glimpses from these Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. And UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions and join Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Some of the statistics from across the world, from United States, from France, from India, across the world, if you see the statistics, the pandemic situation is more and more getting worse and more difficult. The vaccinate, even there are viruses, mutations, such that even they are escaping even the fully vaccinated people. So the situations are such that even 6 feet distance, so far we consider that as 6 feet distance is enough to protect ourselves. But now even the 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent the viral transmission indoors. According to a study in Washington, United States, that physical distancing of 2 meters, about 6.5 feet, may not be enough to sufficiently prevent transmission of virus carrying airborne aerosols indoors, according to a study. The results, published in the Journal of Sustainable Cities and Society, suggest that physical distance alone is not enough to prevent human exposure to exalted aerosols and should be implemented with other control strategies such as masking and adequate ventilation. The researchers examined 3 factors. First, the amount and rate air ventilated through a space, the indoor airflow pattern associated with different ventilation strategies, and aerosol emission mode of breathing versus talking. They also compared transport of tracer gas typically employed to test leaks in airtight systems and human respiratory aerosols ranging in size from 1 to 10 micrometers. Aerosols in this range can carry SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. COVID-19 Delta variant still the most concerning, says the World Health Organization experts. Even with the emergence of the new COVID-19 variant, the Delta strain remains the top concern globally, appearing to outcompete others, the senior officials with the World Health Organization said recently. I think the Delta variant for me is the one that's most concerning because of the increased transmittability, said Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove, the agency's technical lead for COVID-19, speaking during an online question and answer session. It's doubly transmittable compared to the ancestral strain, which means that it can spread to more people. COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control in the United States, says the chief medical advisor, Anthony Fauci. He said, right now, we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. That is not even modestly good. We are not in good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. In a country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You have got to get well below 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci said. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the United States, according to the US Central for Disease Control and Prevention. COVID-19 variant incidences and fatalities from January to April 2021. COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. The prevalence of depression and anxiety remains high among younger adults in France. The younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. The ages 18 to 24, about 56.2, and ages 25 to 49, about 48.9, and ages 50 to 64, about 39.1, and ages 65 plus, about 29.3. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder, what it was about 6 months period in 2009, 11%. Now, in the beginning of 2021, it rose up to 41.1%. Some more statistics confirming the same about the younger adults are reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during this COVID-19 pandemic. The stress in America 2020, a national mental health crisis for COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, about 67%, say they have experienced the increased stress over the course of the pandemic. The COVID-19 could exacerbate the doctor's existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19, 300 have died. An estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by suicide every year. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety, according to preliminary research. The self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. The before COVID-19 pandemic, what it was, the depression 15%, now it rose up to 40.7%. And the anxiety level, what it was, 29%, now it rose up to 72%. Living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students struggle with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. The understanding the pandemic's impact on working women. Nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives here been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. Nearly 70% of women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the world. The pandemic expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. The COVID-19 recession has seen the fastest, steepest downgrade in consensus growth projections among all global recessions since 1990. Most countries are expected to face recession in 2020. COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than aware of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. Mumbai Mayor says the third wave is here. What to do? September surge in COVID-19 tells us. The city mayor has said that the third wave of COVID is already upon Mumbai, pointing to a sudden spike in cases. The third wave of COVID-19 is not coming, it's here, said Kishori Padnekar, adding that an announcement regarding the matter has already been made in Nagpur. Speaking of the coming festive season in Maharashtra, the mayor urged people to remain in their homes. Breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. According to a study, a little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology and the Maximum Hospitals in Delhi NCR, found that vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. A new coronavirus strain known as Mo, which was first identified in Colombia in January, has been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. After being detected in Colombia, Mo, known as scientifically B.1.621, has since been reported in other South American countries and in Europe. The Mu variant has a constellation of mutations that indicate potential properties of immune escape, the global health body said recently in its weekly pandemic bulletin. Join the Kailasa COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The Sustainable Developmental Goals, the making peace with nature is possible. If we start with now, making peace with nature is possible. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. If we have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a small video clip. The World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be a health without peace, and there cannot be a peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with a violent conflict, then health coverage is more universal, grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around health emergency. The emergency concerns affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitement to violence. The menu of health and peace interventions, reinforcing equitable access to health services, mental health and psychological support, support to disarmament, demobilization, reintegration, community violence reaction or prevention, cross-line technical cooperation and dialogue, mediation and diplomatic engagement, inclusive participatory health governance. Now, the solutions for the current pandemic, the mental health crisis, the solution is yoga. The World United Nations on the day of International Day of Yoga recognized and the importance and the benefits of yoga, and it has made yoga for well-being as a theme on the day of International for Yoga. So the day will be marked at a time when COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend lives and livelihoods of people globally. Beyond its immediate impact on physical health, the COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated psychological suffering and mental health problems, including depression and anxiety, as pandemic-related restrictions continue in various forms in many countries. This has highlighted the urgent need to address the mental health dimension of the pandemic, in addition to the physical health aspects. The message of yoga in promoting both the physical and mental well-being of humanity has never been more relevant. A growing trend of people around the world embracing yoga to stay healthy and rejuvenated and to fight social isolation and depression has been witnessed during the pandemic. Yoga is also playing a significant role in the psychosocial care and rehabilitation of COVID-19 patients in quarantine and isolation. It is particularly helpful in allowing their facts and anxiety, the fears and anxiety. United Nations Institute of Peace. Amid COVID-19, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stemming prospects of resolving ongoing ones. UN spotlights health benefits of yoga, ancient practice that can ease stress of our modern laptop lives. Yoga is a practice that can be relevant to all ages, relevant to all cultures, irrespective of what socio-economic status people represent. It can be used to unite our complex and difficult world to promote not only healthy lifestyles, but to promote peace and security in the world, said Dr. Nata Menabde, Executive Director of the New York office of the World Health Organization, at an event entitled Conversation Yoga for Health. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Food system hold key to ending world hunger. Effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the United Nations has noted a dramatic increase in world hunger. According to the state of food security, the nutrition in the world, 1/10 of global population, as many as 811 million people were undernourished in 2020, as an increase in 108 million from 2019. According to the Eat, Lancet Commission, move toward diets with a diversity of plant-based foods, low amounts of animal source foods, unsaturated rather than saturated fats, and limited amounts of refined grains, highly processed foods, and added sugars could prevent between 19 to 24% of all adult deaths each year. Our contemporary world is showing no signs of a decline in the intensity of violent conflicts, crime, displacement, and the prevalence of a continued state of tension in many regions of the world. According to a UN report, in the year 2019 alone, about 55% of 358 political conflicts worldwide involved the use of violence. Geopolitical tensions, which have been on the rise even before the COVID-19 pandemic, have only prolonged violent conflicts, making it difficult for policymakers to come together and resolve their differences peacefully and amicably. The last decade witnessed the highest number of people internally displaced by conflict and violence. The Vedic tradition beautifully describes Yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu atmanam tadona vigupshate. Isha Upanishad verse 6, the inner peace leads to world peace. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contributions to the global peace. In his own voice, let us listen that self-transformation is the key secret to achieve global peace.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing the accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. If you read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years, 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social.
Now, let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Sri Kailasa is all about peace-based powerfulness.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life, or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully. Listen. Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure you yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the Supreme Pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every chanting, Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to
each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then create. Let them send the challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. What the work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is the responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching yoga, meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world. Hindus have the responsibility. Hindus have.
Now, what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions towards the global peace? The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu Diaspora are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian level cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of the poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots levels to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. The crisis that we are under and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contribution. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in a deep mistrust. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism Kailasa has increased multifold. These some of the ways the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provide the spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Through the Paramashivoham program, bringing super consciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity by starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost 3 million minutes now. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, the sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting to heal one and all via Zoom sessions 24/7, and spiritual healing to one and all 24/7, and helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, and disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves and learn to cope up emotions like depression through situations in relationships, providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation, initiating thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities into the Kailasa courtyard sessions, providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear the stomach from the Ayurveda, which ultimately brings clarity to spiritual truth. In the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities, continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, that is free food, in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tiruvannamalai, Los Angeles, and all other Adhinams, paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims, to the departed souls, and Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthroughs, and Devi Parashakti Akashik reading the cosmic revelations. It is important to address the COVID pandemic, which is seeing another wave, destroying many more lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the pandemic fatigue setting in as a result of continuous lockdown and resulting in delusional ignorance. Holding on to the delusion and supporting this space of delusional decisions leads to delusional arrogance, hero bhava sankalpa. Continuous lockdown leads to delusional thoughts like, so what if I die? It is okay. I can't live forever in this lockdown. Going out, then exposing oneself to putting the risk on yourself and others with irresponsibility and insensitivity to the delusional arrogance. In Sanskrit, we call Tirobhava Sankalpa. Society was created with the delusional ideas of too many human beings to blind spots and the decisions made from these blind spots. It is the visionary of civilization or country or nation has blind spot when he developed the vision for it. The whole civilization suffers these blind spots forever. Now it's a time that nature, Prakriti, resets itself. Many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world as we know is gone. Let us celebrate God. This isolation, which is seemingly endless, with an unknown future, which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change, is something to be deeply dwelled upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. some of the spiritual solutions and powerful cognition that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given are first the unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, continuously building deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama. It's time we all take the responsibility to save humanity, to protect people from the pandemic fatigue and destruction. And the unclutching sessions are being conducted across the world, and at any given point of time, at least 7 to 10 Zoom sessions are available for people to join, and it is free and open to all. Let us take a few minutes and now share with as many people as possible. Let us save the world. Let us give them the experience of unclutching. Nirvikalpa Samadhi initiation, that is unclutching initiation, and save people from pandemic fatigue, epidemic fatigue, destruction and delusion. Maya Matrix help people to save super consciousness breakthrough and sail through this, the pralaya. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been experienced even back in 2020 is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and their lives to carry them through this crisis. The global Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna was in the day from many months the super consciousness breakthrough and heal the world from the COVID-19. People from over 50 countries continuously radiated the space of Paramashiva by practicing the unclutching meditation 24/7, 7 days a week, starting from 13th May 2020 till date. 542 sessions from 13 zones around the world from 50 countries. Every zone started with chanting the Mahavakya for 1 hour and the Upanishad and Bhagavad Gita for 1 hour, and then did the 12 hours straight unclutching. At any given time, there were 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. You can join this movement. http://kailasa.tv.minutes for peace. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truth, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the highest values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for the peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce crime globally by conducting the mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of community practiced meditation, and the crime rate was reduced to 16% on an average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged. Include all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals, the total count comes out to be a staggering of 409 billion minutes of peace so far. About 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela, United States of America, in Los Angeles since 2007. Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside of India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, United States of America. The second confluence for peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast for other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life. To promote feeling connection and oneness among people, during the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted the large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness and awareness of peace. One of the greatest contribution the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing is the sannyas initiation thousands into sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into the Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as a harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with the violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirant to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailasa, Varanasi, and Korvat, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution here, ensuring individual and collective peace as a natural consequence. No Hunger Project, that means Red Om, launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the Annalayas, the food donation center, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have served over 2 million organic, sattvic vegetarian meals so far, giving free food to all citizens in the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. Recently, the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the opening of Kailasa's COVID care centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. food and shelter, internet, and all the basic facilities, including medical care, and are provided at these centers free of cost and for an indefinite time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at any community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for government, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. Now, in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, let's understand the revelations to the Devi Parashakti. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, the Jnana Rasavadam Navapashana is going to flower, allowing people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death and they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line every day and they will come and dip in Anandalingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi revealed that, listen well to my words, for India I may ship as protection the Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without taking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. On 19th May 2021, Devi revealed that, to save people from corona, I have set up a huge ship, Ananda Sarovar, Vaidya Sarovar and Ananda Lingam. I have made it in Adi Kailasa. Go there and take water every day. Worship Ananda Lingam, water, turmeric, milk, and neem rasam, showered on Navapashanam are medicines for this. The doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who come with trust. It will protect body and will give conscious health. It will also give highest powers, dharma, artha, kama, moksha, and jnana and powers. Adi Kailasa life will give all goodness. And on 31st May 2021, Devi revealed that the hell of Krimi Bhojanam mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and preventing it is the only way. I have opened Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their lives. All of you run to Adi Kailasa. On 11th June 2021, Devi revealed that, drop the foolish mind with the business motive of bargaining and attain surrender and go to Adi Kailasa. Be in Adi Kailasa, I will do good to you. On 18th June 2021, Devi revealed that, for saving your life, go to Adi Kailasa. Best life is there. Before corona takes your life away, go to Adi Kailasa and save your life. The soil of Adi Kailasa is the Sarva Roga Nivarini, cure for all diseases. For all the diseases in the world, Paramashakti, myself taking the form of Nithyananda Nijavatara, walking there barefoot for many years, manifesting all powers, the very soil was converted into great medicine that solves all the karmas. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The list of the centers open across India are Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam, and Tirunamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, and Puduvai Adinam in Pondicherry, Pattanam Srirangapadi in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam Avatipalayam in Tamil Nadu, and Huzuru Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. The multiple free COVID care centers opened across India, various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and also various spiritual services offered in the center, cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India are medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, and accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, and organic farming. Now you can see the participants of the Adi Kailasa COVID Care Protection Center program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are enjoying a healthy, blissful, and spiritual lifestyle in multi-layered protection. They enjoy the stress-free lifetime following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, doing the daily puja, temple sevas, Kara Seva, the free voluntary service, and celebrating all the festivals. You can see the various pictures. Join the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, the sovereign order of Kailasa worldwide, inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives. A one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively mobilized to provide protection and preventive COVID care in this testing time of global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through the free food banks, that is Annadans, and free medical care and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To assuage this, Kailasa is offering the spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healings online. Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United Nations General Assembly and Human Rights Council. Kailasa's report on recommendations on an international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires true multilateralism. Governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions in multifarious ways, including providing sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens on individual pandemic management, leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money, providing food security and traditional Hindu medicines. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations and got published in www.ohchr.org. And you can also find this article and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook profile page. You can click on that link and read the full article in full detail by yourself with all the supporting documentation. So join the COVID Care Protection Centers and register now through the link below at https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us understand the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism towards the ecosystems. Why the temple-based ecosystem?
We'll enter today's subject. It is such a vast ocean. Meenakshi's history and the history of Madurai Adinam, recorded history itself, is very little known information. And unrecorded Akashic readings are so much. I have to sync the whole thing in tune. It is still taking time for me to comprehend, especially to present it in your language, the language in which all of you can understand. I can see literally so much of cosmic information from the Akashic reading, Akashic recordings are getting downloaded and getting ground, processed to get expressed in the language in which you all can grasp, you all can understand, you all can receive, you all can enjoy. So it is taking little time. I'll answer some of your questions today related to this temple culture. As part of this Satsang series, Madurai Adinam series.
This is a question from Rajiv, India. Beloved Master, people not belonging to this culture knows little about this particular Meenakshi temple. Please tell us who is Devi Meenakshi and her husband. Why this grand temple? What are the visible and invisible functions of this temple? Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also. Both.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones worshipping culture or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See, the
verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit superconsciousness from one place to another place. Please understand. In Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab. And if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the super consciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with super consciousness. The mechanism which connects with the super consciousness. Please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures. They are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the super consciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is the place from where continuous super consciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings were so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. So, an example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air or 30 feet above the air without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness. Actually, after the great pause settling, I wanted to do this Kumbhabhishekam, and then the Shivacharyas advised us that only
Nithyanandam, everyone. We welcome each and every one of you. Just as we all saw beautifully the whole ambience, the beautiful protection center, the COVID care centers that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened in order to protect the whole humanity of the COVID pandemic. Now, it is time for all of us to enter into the preparation for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Sri Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Actually, this whole time, amidst the crisis, like we all saw, there's so much of pandemic, there's so much of mental health issues, there's economic crisis, there's this and that, there's so much of problems and issues that humanity is battling.
And Swamiji is not just extending physical support, not just like opening up all of his centers, providing free food, free education, free stay, and then free work from home facilities, everything that Swamiji is providing, and not just limited to that, but even conscious support, even conscious mental well-being that Swamiji is healing and attending to people. Like, for example, being available every day, coming for Nithyananda satsangs, attending to people's questions, and manifesting Devi Parashakti herself, and manifesting Bhagavan Sri Sundareshwara himself, just to attend to people, just to show people, just to tell people that, you know, Swamiji is available just to attend to our questions, giving us boons, answering our questions, blessing our prayers, healing us, and so many such things that are happening.
And Kailasa cordially welcomes all of you for your divine audience with the superconsciousness, Irena Sundareshwara Paramashivam. Manifest the superconscious experience of the Shiva Sayujya, the Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan of Sundareshwara Paramashiva.
Get ready for the rare, unique, and powerful initiation into God equation to make human beings into multiverse species by Bhagavan Sri Sundareshwara Paramashiva. The Darshan, the Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Sri Sundareshwara is happening today through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just to bless you, to attend to your prayers, just to give you the ultimate blessing, boons, and liberation.
Paramashiva, I will manifest the physics of my existence. Cognize this in your Hridaya Akasha, Gandha. You will experience my existence. Sundareshwara Paramashiva. The countless, uncountable, by any visualized, assumed mathematics, Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, get deluded inside me, gets liberated inside me. For all the
Get ready to experience the God equation. The whole humanity, the whole of humanity right now is going through so much, be it the climate change crisis, the global warming, the pandemic, the variants that are happening, and so many other things that are happening around. So amidst so much of crisis, like according to the United Nations, a new scientific report from the Intergovernmental Panel on the Climate Change warns that we are on a crash course towards a catastrophe if global temperatures are allowed to rise. The window to slow or even halt some of these worsening impacts is rapidly closing, and the message is clear that we must take action now. And just for this, Bhagavan Sundareshwara himself is happening.
Shave. Shave. Paramashiva, I will manifest the physics of my existence. Cognize this in your Hridaya Akasha, in the Gandha. You will experience my existence. Sundareshwara Paramashiva. The countless, uncountable by any visualized, assumed mathematics, Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, get deluded inside me, gets liberated inside me. For all the countless Brahmandas to exist, to get created, to get sustained, to get rejuvenated, to get deluded, to get liberated. I am the space.
So beautifully, as Bhagavan Sri Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself. Now let us see what is happening. See, this whole crisis that is happening around the humanity. And now when Swamiji is like, now at the time when Swamiji is attending to people, giving so many initiations, empowering humanity, not just in the physical level, even in the conscious level, mental level, psychological level, in every level, empowering the humanity. Now, what is it that it is happening, for which so many things that are happening around us, of us might not even be aware of, for which Swamiji is endlessly attending to people and protecting people from.
In 2019, fire was spreading throughout our planet. Australia and the Amazon basin, where forest wreaked havoc. In other places, mass protests flared up, fueled by a combination of job insecurity, growing inequalities, and discontent with the current economic, social, and environmental status quo. The economy has slowed down globally, stifled by trade tensions and political uncertainty. The little growth we have had has failed to reach those who need it the most. Progress towards higher living standards has stalled for many countries and vulnerable groups of people. This has only deepened inequalities which were already growing in many countries, spurred on by automation, climate change, and other global trends.
All of us can see, and we are, of course, experiencing what is the state of the world today. One side, hunger has hit the world. Climate crisis is wreaking havoc across the globe. The pandemic has taken a toll over humanity. The modus operandi of humanity has changed way, way, way different from what one could have even imagined back just 2 years before. The very fundamental qualities and characteristics of our lives are changing. While another large sect of humanity is going through whether it's war and terrorism, or they're trying to just seek refuge for their lives, or they're trying to get even access to food, medicine. The way the things are happening in the world today is extremely painful.
Actually, according to the World Health Organization, the WHO, the total cases of COVID-19 globally is more than 221,134,742 today. Healthline.com, a popular blog, states that new COVID-19 cases have risen to more than 150,000 per day just in the United States alone. And experts warn that with the emerging variants, it could lead to another surge in cases.
Now, while this is happening in the world, of course, world leaders, thinkers, influencers are striving to find a solution. While so many of them are trying to find a solution, but somehow something seems to be like stuck in a maze, like in a matrix. People are trying to find solutions, but the solutions are only found in an ad hoc method, because nobody knows what is coming up in the future, what to anticipate for the future. At this crucial point, when the humanity is in dire need, out of extreme and immeasurable compassion, the cosmos self has descended down in the form of avatar to raise us all, to raise all our superconsciousness, to all our consciousness to superconsciousness, and take us, sail us through this great deluge that all of us are going through. See, these are not some independent problems that are happening. Even just 5 years before, 10 years before, if you would have seen, the state of the world was not at this state that is, which is today. It was never in this level. There was no, whether the one side, the violence that's happening, that's literally like so many nations are frightened about. One more side, the natural calamities that are happening, whether suddenly earthquake or floods, the whole world is ravaged by terrorism, war, and calamities, pandemic, the cascading effects of the pandemic. Literally, whole world is in a great deluge. This is a pralaya, literally a great deluge that's happened. And at this time of crisis, Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva, Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva has come down to earth. Such extreme compassion for humanity. He states, "O bound souls, listen intensely. Your impossibility and irresponsibility made you surrender yourself to delusion. Cognize the ultimate truth. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. The moment you remember me, call me. I am here for you."
The moment you remember him, just call him. He is here. Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva is the greatest and the unique manifestation of Paramashiva as the complete manifestation. He assumes the physical, subtle, light bodies as and when he wants, plays with all the physical reality, corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds, and removes, deletes anything in this physical plane as he likes, many times without even a reason, just for fun. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, the consciousness of Paramashiva, sometimes they manifest as Meenakshi and Sundareshwara as two bodies, and one being in two bodies, and sometimes as both in one body. That's the reason that all his manifestation and plays are called Thiruvilayadal, the divine sports, or Leela, the divine play. Due to his costless and limitless compassion, Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampurul is manifesting in all his glory as Purnavatara through this being, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the Nijavatara. from the Shuddhadvaita Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi space of Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul will be giving, manifesting and giving darshans and boons and performing the divine leelas in the lives of Kailashans, all of his devotees. Thousands of years ago, the whole of humanity witnessed Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva come down to earth.
He performed various leelas, miracles, cosmic divine plays. He created the whole legacy of Sanatana Hindu Dharma by ruling from the kingdom of Madurai. And it was he who founded the Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pitam. And today, for all of humanity, and out of the billions of people on planet Earth, we are most blessed today. Understand, Sundareshwara Paramashiva is not a history for us, but he is a happening for us. Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down again in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Maha Sannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, our beloved Swamiji, just to continue this legacy and Leela and revive this whole Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita, to continue to being available to all of us, playing his divine Leelas, performing miracles in the lives of his devotees, attending to our prayers, and continuing the legacy as the ruler of Madurai Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pitam, and as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, guiding the whole humanity. So join the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan.
And when you witness, when you see Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva sitting in front of you on the screen, when you have the Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan, your neuron mirrors that of the avatar, that of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva. These mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing, which means our entire body, silently and without any movement, recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. As an effect of the mirroring of neurons, all the powerful cognitions and powers of Bhagavan Sundareshwara are mirrored in you.
Very powerfully, Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva revealed this God equation. Hope all of you are able to do this. So Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva had revealed the God equation to all of us. He said, exhale intensely whatever you have, Paramashiva will inhale. This is the God equation. Exhale intensely. Nothing is more powerful than the power manifestation science. It is the most exciting spiritual science. When you decide to manifest powers again and again and again, you know Paramashiva is within. And he is manifesting you. You fall in love with Paramashiva every. If he manifests, you know he is real and he is manifesting. Even if you don't manifest when what you declare, you will manifest the jnana and vijnana, the knowledge and the possibility and powers of Paramashiva will manifest in all of us. And this was what Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva had revealed in the God equation. Very, very, very powerful revelation directly by Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva.
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita, is a reviver of Kailasa, macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. SPH is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors, who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity.
Today we are going to be having the Darshan of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva through the Supreme Pontiff. Irena,
the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the very incarnation of Paramashiva, that is walking the planet Earth, was ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, Tondai Mandala Adinam. You can see at a very young age how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism accepted when the request of so many devotees for him to take up on as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam.
The revival of Kailasa had started way back than what all of us know. Just from the age of 3, Swamiji had started this revival of Kailasa.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent emperor of Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. We can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated as in the year 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being 2005, sorry, the year 2005, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated as the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. You can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism ascending the throne and accepting the offerings of all gratitude and love from the devotees.
And the next you can see the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kailasa Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita. All of us can see how it is coronated as 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, the oldest Hindu papal state and monastic kingdom at the age of 34 in 2012. And on the other side, you can also see he has after the coronation how he assumed the responsibilities of the Kailasa Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita. It is one of the oldest Hindu papal state and monastic kingdom.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order. We can see a huge group of sadhus, thousands of sadhus and leaders of Hinduism, Mahamandaleshwars, Mandaleshwars, Acharya Mahamandaleshwars, Mahants, Kotharis, Sri Mahants, so many of them gathered together to coronate Swamiji as the present Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada, the oldest, the largest apex body of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, the head of all spiritual leaders of Atal Akhada. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapura Madinam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders and pontiffs. Revered as a teacher of Hinduism, most prolific, most viewed, read and watched, authored 300 books, 30 plus 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil and Sanskrit. Translated into 50 plus languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million of these copies of books and articles have been sold, read and downloaded, and much more freely distributed. Over 10,000 hours of discourses, enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally, Respected as a commentator of sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader, and he is the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, Rudras, Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, Sannyasis, Sadhus, Sadhis, etc. And he is the establisher of the largest Hindu university. Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University is the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. And he is establisher of the 1,000+ Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems, founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajna Pitas, collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million family scriptures, and over 20 million students. Now, who is Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul? Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul is the greatest, unique, and complete manifestation of Paramashiva.
Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva is a manifestation of the beauty of cosmos in flesh and bones. Irenar Sundareshwara is the embodiment of superconsciousness expressed in the human body, playing with all his glory. Actually, Sundareshwara itself means the handsome leader of the cosmos, the most graceful, the most beautiful form of Paramashiva.
And before we enter into the next segment, you all can share with us, how do you feel today being here for the darshan of Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul in physical form through the Nijavatar? Please do take a few minutes and share with us, how do you feel about being here for this darshan? Actually, I know many of you might have already been knowing the news where we all saw how the happened, and for no fault of theirs, 2 Hindu sannyasis, the nuns, are under illegal arrest, and one more side, one of the sannyasis, just 21-year-old Balasan, is hospitalized after a brutal attack from the anti-Hindu elements. Now, despite of all of these things happening today, out of his immense compassion, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just to give darshan for all of us, just to assure us that he is with us, he is continuously protecting us, he is coming again for a live Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan. Actually, just sharing this itself, it just feels so very, very, very touching in the heart about how, even to think about his compassion, and at this time, such a crucial time, just for us, the devotees, just so that we, because mainly for all of us, whether it being the emotional support, physical, like psychological support, even physically, for many people, even to move, it is only through Swamiji's darshans. For so many lives are dependent on him, and just out of his compassion, that extreme tyaga that Swamiji has done, is coming live today. Just when all of us are getting ready to receive him, let us all get ready to receive him from that space of gratitude.
Actually, each of you that are watching us right now, everybody that are watching us on YouTube, you can see so many of you, Rangarajan Rajanaya and Ma Stephanie Daters, Vigyan Shapigan, and there's Jagan, and then Rahul Aswani Ayya, Lakshmi Narayanan Ma, so many of you that are watching us, plus thousands of you, because right now we are being streamed in more than 30,000 plus social media handles in more than 27 digital platforms. We are being streamed right now in 108 plus different languages platforms. So we request each of you that are watching us, whichever platform you're watching us on, take a few minutes and do share with us. Let us know. What is your experience? What do you feel when you sit here? What do you experience when you watch the darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva manifesting, and as when he is sitting in front of your eyes as a supreme pontiff of Hinduism? How do you feel when you see the cosmic mother manifesting through Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Swamiji? And what do you feel when you see Bhagavan Sundareshwara manifesting through Swamiji? Just take a few minutes to share with us. What is your experience? What does it leave in you? What do you feel? How do you see it? And how do you, when you see the cosmos itself sitting in? Please take a few minutes and you all can share with us. Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul is one of the most compassionate, the most beautiful, like he said, in the words of the Supreme Pontiff himself, when Bhagavan Sundareshwara had manifested, he himself has said, just remember me, call me, I will be there for you. Just call him, he will be there for us. To him and he will manifest for you. And of course, needless to say, for each and everyone who have been, even once, even just you seeing here, sitting here, watching this, is because the cosmos has decided to intervene in your life. It is just the divine intervention that is happening.
See, there's a beautiful Shastra Pramana that we have from Kailasa Mahatma. Madhuri Puvidhi Shakra Mukhya Devairapi Niyamarchita Pada Pankajaya Kanakagiri Sharasanaya Tubhyam Rajata Sabhapataye Namah Shivaya. Salutations to the ever peaceful God whose lotus like feet are worshipped by the enemies of Madhu and other devas, who has the golden mountain as his bow, and who is the Lord of the silver hall. Ayakritam idam stotram yah pared bhakti samyutaha tasyayuruddhi gamarogyam sampadascha dadamyaham. He who reads his prayer composed to with devotion will be having long life, health and wealth by me. This is the Kailasa Mahatmya and the description of Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu is the greatest, unique and complete manifestation.
There's another beautiful Shastra Pramana from the Kailasa Mahatmyam. Halasya Nathaya Maheshwaraya Hala Halalankrita Kanthadaraya Minekshanaya Pataye Shivaya Namo Namah Sundara Tandavaya.
Salutations and salutations to the handsome dancer, who is the great God and Lord of the town of Madurai, who stopped the poison called Hala Hala in his neck, and who is the Lord of Devi with eyes like fish. So now let's enter into offering of our gratitude to Sundareshwara Paramashiva Param. Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampura, like how so beautifully Swamiji describes the manifestation of beauty of cosmos in flesh and bones. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of super consciousness expressed in the human body in all its glory. Now let's enter into the sevas that we can offer as our gratitude to Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampura. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of superconsciousness expressed in the human body, playing with all his glory. The Achala Murti of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam will be gracing us as Irene or Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu, offering these sevas. As sevas are offered, the sevas fruition will bestow all of us with manifesting leadership consciousness, excellence in career, abundance in wealth consciousness, manifesting the powerful inner image.
And this offering of this Alankara Seva to Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Achala Murti is this is where you basically dress up, you basically offer your love, gratitude, express your devotion, love and gratitude in the form of Alankara by offering the Alankara Seva to Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And this will be 501 USD. The next is offering of Shiva Kavacham Archana to the Swayambhu Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Lingam, which is 251 USD. The Shiva Kavacham mantra describes the details of the Kavacha, the armor of Paramashiva. Like if you see, every deity will have its own Kavacha, the armor, the description of. So this Shiva Kavacham mantra is offered as an Archana to Swayambhu Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Lingam. Anybody who offers this, the chanting of this mantra will bestow removal of enmity, removal of any negative forces that will take away one's wealth, protection from one's family, protection of one's family, protection of one's wealth, and manifesting health and abundance in your life.
The next offering we have is the Vishesh Dravya Abhishekam. Actually, anyone who's suffering with any diseases, or you want to attract abundance in your life, health, well-being, the manifestation of all attributes of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuram, you can offer this Vishesha Dravya Abhishekam, where which is a sacred bath to the Utsava Murti of our beloved Bhagavan, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and will be gracing us in the form of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuram, and you'll be offering an Abhishekam with 108 different herbs. This is called as the Vishesha Dravya Abhishekam. So you can offer this Abhishekam, and this is just 250 USD. The next is Uttamottama Upachara Puja to Nithyanandeshwara Somasundareshwara. Actually, Somasundareshwara, just to tell all of you, is the most beautiful deity that we have in the Adiyan Swamiji. Always say, like, the Somasundareshwara deity is just extraordinarily beautiful. And the Uttamottama Upachara Puja will be offered to Nithyanandeshwara Somasundareshwara. And actually in Kamika Gama, it describes different levels of offering. Adama, Madhyama, Adama means the lowest, Madhyama is middle, and Uttama, and Uttamottama. Uttama is best, Uttamottama is best of the best offerings. So the Uttamottama Upachara Puja, these offerings are known as Upacharam, and they are of the royal quality, and they are offered from the absolute space of oneness to Paramashiva. Various offerings, including the Deeparadhana, Mantraradhana, are offered to the divine lotus feet of Nithyanandeshwara, Sundareshwara, and with the Utsava Murti of Nithyanandeshwara in temple, who sits along with Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti and Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam deity. And he is the most graceful and handsome form of Nithyanandeshwara, who graces as Somasundareshwara and accepts our puja. And anybody who wants that to experience that grace in you, and if you want to experience the breakthrough in wealth consciousness and health and prosperity in life, this is a beautiful blessing, because This is a direct Uttomottama Upachara Puja offering to Somasundareshwar himself. The next is the Swarna Rajita Mudra to Bhogamurti of Nithyananda Paramashiva. So the the mudra is also called as Purkas, means the gold coin, and Swarna is gold and Rajita is silver. So you can offer the mudra, the gold coin, or the Purkas, the coins, to Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva, either in Swarna or which is gold, or silver, the Rajita. And offering this is a actually is a very unique ritual which is done. And this ritual which is offered to Iranar Sundareshwara Paramashiva in the Madurai Meenakshi Sundareshwara temple, where the devotees will get to offer silver or gold coins directly onto the Bhogamurti. Like typically in, especially in the southern South Indian temples, the devotees commonly do not get to touch or come in physical contact with the deity. But here, the devotees will get to offer the silver or gold coins directly to the Bhogamurti. And during all other rituals, the wealth and the donation of the devotees will be put in the kundi. But this is the only ritual where it is offered to the deity directly. It is not just in the Madurai temple, but in the whole of the South Indian temples. Generally, the common public or devotees are not allowed to even directly touch the deities and interact with them. But this is a very unique and a very powerful ceremony. So the silver coin, the Rajita mudra, is a silver coin offering, which comes at 108 USD, 501 USD, or 1008 USD. So basically, this silver coin is the silver. Actually, silver by itself is very significant. Silver is present in all the scriptures, agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that silver represents good health, nourishment. Silver represents the moon in our night sky and its positive effects on our lives. In Hinduism, we believe that the celestial bodies in the sky have a direct effect on our bodies. And actually, this is a science. It's not just a belief. It is scientifically established that the celestial bodies in the sky does have an impact on our physical bodies. And the moon nourishes all life. Actually, Bhagavan Krishna in Bhagavad Gita, the Purushottama Yoga, he declares that he is the watery moon that nourishes all the life. When silver is offered, the blessings manifest for proper health and growth of one's children and themselves. When silver is donated, it gives tremendous blessings for the nourishment in all aspects of life. The next is the gold coin offering to the Bhogamurti of Nithyananda Paramashiva. The gold coin is also called the Swarna Mudra. The Swarna Mudra. And let us see the significance of gold. Gold is present in all the scriptures, be it Vedas, Agamas, Itihasa, Shruti, Smriti, Purana. In all the Hindu scriptures, it's abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. Gold was displayed in abundance because gold is one of the most auspicious elements. Now, when you offer the Swarna Mudra, the gold coin, to Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva, that awakens you the extraordinary abundant space, the same pure space that the gold signifies.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashiva. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with Enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root.
Now let us all take a few minutes to go through the sevas and all the offerings that we can make to Bhagavan Shri Sundareshwara Paramashiva. And now, as we are entering into it, it is time for us to prepare to receive of Bhagavan Shri Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Let us all enter into the preparation to receive Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva.
Actually, the Malini Vijayottara Tantra has a beautiful verse which says, Kathana Chakti Patadva Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Swaguru Samyak Prapyate Paramam Padam. By the enlightening teachings of the Guru Kathana, by the Shakti Pada, the graceful transmission of spiritual powers, by looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, or by the complete loving favor of the Guru Prasada, the ultimate goal and space, the Paramam Padam, is attained. The most amazing thing for all of us is we are going to be having all these three put together. Kathana, Shaktipada and Padavalokana and the Guru Prasada, all the four put together for this Paramashiva, Sundareshwara, Paramashiva, Sayujya, Samadhi, Darshan. Now let's understand this concept of what the science behind what exactly is this Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The Sayujya Samadhi Darshan that we are going to be having of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva. See, understand the first thing is, this is not an event that happens in space and time. Rather, the darshan actually happens when you are lifted out of the space and time. And during this Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Now, what is this word Bhava? Bhava means, it's defined as directing and activating that emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation. And during the darshan, the brain neurons mirror, activate, and process all the observed movements of information of the avatar just by seeing. And without any other physical act of imitation, that is, our entire body silently, without any movement, recreates what is happening in the avatar and what is radiated by the avatar. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance. It's a phenomenon the modern science is just discovering as quantum tunneling. When we enter into this space, our thoughts per second drastically reduces and we just relax into that space of beautiful thoughtlessness beyond thoughts, becoming mentally at ease with coexisting dimensions beyond duality, where we and the divine become one, unconditioned by the parameters of space and time. Now, what is the science behind quantum tunneling? Now, this quantum tunneling is defined as how a probability of a quantum particle, like an electron with a less kinetic energy, to cross over the potential energy of an energy barrier. See, an electron basically acts both as a wave as well as a particle. Now, as a particle, to cross over an energy barrier, it's not possible for it, because it will require more kinetic energy. Whereas as a wave, it can just propagate through it. So that phenomenon is called as the quantum tunneling. And this science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan is with that science of quantum tunneling. This is the same science that is imposed on people who witness the Bhava Darshan. This is because our neurons are able to mirror the neurons of the divine immediately. And through quantum tunneling, we are able to travel through the divine energy and mirror the exact same neurons.
There's a beautiful Shastra Pramana from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. And this is what Bhagavan Shri Krishna himself describes.
Beautifully, Bhagavan Shri Krishna says, Aparikalita purvokas chamatkari spurati mama gariyan ye samadhurya puravayam mahamapi hanta prekya lubdha chetai sarva samupoktum kamaye radhikeva darpanadye dekhi yadi apan madhuri asvadite lobha hoya asvadite nari vichara kuriye yadi asvadupaya radhika swarupa hoyite tabema unnedhaya. And Krishna once saw his own extraordinary sweetness reflected in a jeweled wall. He was amazed and said, how unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness, just like Radhika. When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. But I can't. After the due consideration, I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The science of Nijavatar, Paramashiva, manifesting Paramashiva, the super consciousness, the formless, expresses through the being of Paramashiva, the Divya Sharira, light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. Now, for example, Devi Parashakti, pure, formless, expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests in the physical embodiment form of Devi Meenakshi. Bhagavan Paramashiva, the pure formless, expresses through the being of Arunagiri Yogeshwara, through the Divya Sharira of Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and manifests through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Now the deities, the Archavataras, are manifesting, reflecting the superconscious energy and manifest the being of superconscious energy. But unfortunately, we human beings are not mature enough to get the higher level experiences directly from the Archavatar. So just to bridge this gap, the physical embodied form comes down and creates the experience of superconscious energy in all of us.
So when we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the Nijavatara, who manifest various beings, the beings of various dimensions of Paramashiva, all auspiciousness, all auspicious components, powerfulness, powerful cognitions, powers of those dimensions of Paramashiva gets awakened in us. So the dimension of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nijavatara of Swamiji for us to experience the same is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. See, the whole Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a direct experience to causeless bliss, where your whole being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave called existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. That is what happens in the Bhava Samadhi Darshan.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way we can understand. There is even without much effort from our side, our bio-memory gets awakened to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness. Just to have a glimpse of the avatar cleanses janmas of karmas of lifetimes, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us. Now, what is the best space to receive this darshan from?
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashiva. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with Enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. Your root, we have perfected the science of helping every.
Nithyananda, let us all now enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra as we all prepare for the Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara. The Paramashiva Dhyana mantra is blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a mantra diksha, an initiation which carries all his Shaktis, energies, and all the powerful cognitions and powers in the form of mantras. Just like how an avatar births himself, just like how an avatar initiates, transmits his Shaktis and powers in the form just by a look, the Nayana Diksha, or by a touch, the Sparsha Diksha. Similarly, an avatar births himself in the form of sacred mantras, and it transmits that Shaktis to the devotees.
Anyone to whom this mantra is chanted from the space of oneness and deep restful awareness, that person is bestowed with health, well-being, wealth, abundance, prosperity, love, fulfilling relationships, enormous growth, success in business, job, and finances. A complete fulfilled life manifests without any types of doshas or sins or any evil eyes or obstacles, leading to a long, healthy, and blissful life.
With the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's Department of Human Services, in collaboration with Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, is offering the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra prayer service on behalf of each and every one of you to Bhagavan Sri Sundareshwara as he manifests through the Nija Avatara, the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Today we are going to be praying to our Sundareshwara Paramashivoham, praying for all your health issues to be healed. We are offering our prayers for the healing of psychological stress or anxiety, for your healing from any sort of addictions, and for you to be able to move out of depressions, for you to be able to move out of any pain patterns that you have. We are also praying to our Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul, for you to have a complete improved career and healed relationship with your spouse, family, and professions. We are also praying for you to have breakthrough in your wealth dimension, and we are also praying to Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul to protect all the children that were orphaned during the pandemic. We are also praying for you to have protection from all natural calamities, for you to have protection from lost wages and income, for you to have solution to any problem, for you to have breakthrough in creativity, increased inspiration, and for you to be able to move out of any debt, for you to experience increased energy and vitality,
for you to have healing from all your insecurities, for protection from any direct or indirect impacts of the pandemic, for the leadership consciousness to be awakened in you, for healing from any genetic or inherited disorder,
for you to experience completion in your muscle memory and bio-memory, for you to experience a complete fulfillment in all facets of your life, to have a breakthrough in your career and various other dimensions in life, for you to have the blessings and grace of Irayanath, Bhagavan Sri Sundareshwara Paramashiva, and for you to be having the stability in all the aspects of your life and abundance to completely prosper in your life, for the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to always manifest with you throughout in your life.
And now with this, let us all enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Tadvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadiraksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
We surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, who is the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the Supreme Lord is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, and who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called the Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Will not be entering into the conscious resolution. When you make conscious resolution in the presence of the Avatar, the power of the Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality.
Om Mamopata Samasta Dhuridakshaya Dvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Preetyartham.
I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya.
Who is the God of all gods? Who is the greatest of gods? The Lord of the universes and multiverses. Who is the Lord of the cosmos?
Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya.
The one who does the five cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation.
Adimadhyantarahitasya Aprameya Parakramasya Tattvartha Gocharasya.
The one who is the beginning, middle, and end. The one who is immeasurable.
Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudhasya Mahadevasya Kamikadivatulanta Mahadantrakya Shaivagamaswarupasya Sakala Nigamaagamaswarupasya Siddhadvaita Shaiva Swarupasya Nithyananda Parastasya Nithyananda Swarupasya Shuddha Sachidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupatitasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Akhadadi Visheshanasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Sarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Cha Preetyartham. शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभ नक्षत्र शुभ योग शुभ कर्ण एवं गुण विशेषण विशिष्टायामस्यां शुभ तिथौ.
During this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvata Manu, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharata Varsha, in the subcontinent called Bharatakanda, in the southern side of Mount Meru, in the Shakayara, during the auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years, which is in practice, of which Prabhupada is the first year, in the auspicious Ayana, in this auspicious season, in this auspicious month, the name of the month, in this auspicious Paksha, the face of the moon, in this auspicious Tithi, which is the number of the days from the new moon and the full moon, on this auspicious day, during the auspicious Nakshatra, the Vedic star, during the auspicious Yoga and the auspicious Karana, during such an auspicious moment.
Adi Kailase Kalpavrikshasya Dhaha Nithyananda Nagare Smrita Smritana Muktidayake Mahakshetre. Now, we request all the participants, whether you're offering this for yourself or for someone else. If you are offering this for a male, kindly chant the male names now. Namadheyasya. Now, we request all the participants, whether you're offering this for yourself or for someone else. If you are offering for a female, kindly chant the female names now. Namyahacha Yajamananam Avayoho Sahakutumbanam Bandhuvarganam Dayalivarganam Mitravarganam Sodaravarganam Samesham.
For all those who are participants post and me with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers, and everyone.
Sarvabhishta Siddhyartam Sarvamangalavabhyartam Uttarottaranava Chinna Sthira Lakshmi Praptyartam.
Always let there be all types of auspiciousness. Always let there be a broken and steady flow of abundance, prosperity, and wealth.
Kutumbe Sarvabhishta Siddhyartam Chindita Manoratha Vaptyatam.
Let the family always have all kinds of auspiciousness and anything which is desired be fulfilled.
Samesham Adhivyade Vrityartam Samesham Shiradhipada Paryantam Vidyamananam Sameshu Angeshu Chanita Chanishyamana Sakala Vidanana Vidaroganam Yapohartam Tadvara Rudridagatra Vapusidyartam.
Let all the chronic diseases be healed. Let all kinds of diseases and disorders of the body, starting from head to toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in the various parts of the body, be healed. Let a strong, diseaseless, healthy, handsome, and graceful body be obtained.
Samesham Parekatribhischa Kritakarishyamana Sakala Vidha Mantra Tantra Yantra Vishashurna Abhichara Stambhana Marana Uchatana Vidveshana Vashikaranadi Mantrika Prayogebhyaha Rakshana Praptyartam Tadvara Samesham Sarvabhishta Siddhyartam.
Let protection be obtained from all the evil effects of the acts performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous spells, employing spells for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting and diarrhea, upsetting and ruining their health, poisoning, hypnotizing, etc.
Apamritidosha nivrityartam kalam mrityu akalam mrityu durmrityu nivrityartam.
Let all the doshas and ill effects related to destined death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed.
Samesham Antardrishti, Bahi Drishti, Krura Drishti, Vyapara Drishti, Anukula Drishti, Pratikula Drishti, Ityadi Sakala Vidadrishta Doshana Vidyartam.
Let all the effects of the evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are our well-wishers, and effects of evil eyes of people who are
Shatru, Bahi Shatru, Krura Shatru, Vyapara Shatru, Anukula Shatru, Pratikula Shatru, Ityadi Sakala Vida Shatru,
and all the effects of the inner enemies and outer enemies, fierce enemies and distance enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, and enemies who work against our well-being be removed.
Samesham Matrusapadi Sakala Vida Shapanam Vyapohanartham.
Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed.
Anadi Avidya Vasanaya Pravartamani Asmin Mahati Samsara Chakre Vichitrabhi Karmagati Vihi Vichitrasu Yonishu Purapanahane Kadhajanitva.
Sometime immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange.
Kenapi Punya Karma Visheshe bhagavataha shriyaya idanintana manushya janma praptavatam.
With the extreme and immeasurable compassion and the grace of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body.
Sameshamiha janmani purva janmani janma janmantareshu sarvaihi kritanam shiva ninda devi ninda guru ninda dosha vyapohatam shiva paradha devi paradha gurva paradha dosha vyapohartam.
Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the present birth, past birth or in any of the births be removed. Any kinds of crimes or offences committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru be removed.
Brahmahatya surapana swarnasteya gurutalpagamana tatsansargakya panchamahapatakaadi samasta papa vitiriktartham.
Let the 5 great sins like killing a Brahman, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one or the other above mentioned sins be removed.
Sarvai balye vayasi kaumare yauvane vardhake.
Get all the karmic effects of the action done as a child, adolescent, youth, and as a old age person.
Jagrat swapna sushupti avasthasu.
Let all the karmic effects of the action done in the wakeful dream or deep sleep state.
Karmendriya jnanendriya vyaparaihi sambhavitanam.
Let all the sins done through the karmendriyas of 5 organs which perform action like speech, hand, speech, expression, reproductive organs, and the jnanendriyas, the 5 organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin.
Rahasyakratanam, prakashkratanam, atipatakanam, upapatakanam, sankarikarananam, malinikarananam, apatrikarananam, jati bhramshakanam, prakinitanam, evam navanam, navavidhanam, bahunam, bahuvidhanam, sarvesham papanam, sadhyaha.
That all the sins which were done openly or secretly, the basis of the great sin, the minor of the minor sins, multiple sins, sin like raping a woman, unjustified sin of destroying the caste system, more sins and more types of sins be removed immediately and instantly.
Aparodana dwara samastamangala praptyatam Shiva bhakti devi bhakti guru bhakti siddhyatam Paramashivatva Paramashiva Shakti siddhyatam.
Through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all the auspiciousness, and let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, and Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva be obtained.
Kutumbe sarvada nivrityartam.
Let the whole family always be showered with all the auspiciousness. Let mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed.
Shiprarogya-vaptyartam ayurvivridyartam.
Let healthy body be obtained instantly and immediately. Let longevity be bestowed.
Vyapare udyoge cha sarvajanavashikaranartham tadvara unnatosthana praptyartam.
Let your charisma impress everyone in the business and job, and through that let you attain the best of the best position.
Bahudhana saukya praptyartam griha dhanaka pashuputra pautra dhanadhanya saukya praptyartam.
Let extremely wealthy and happy life happen. Let various wealth be showered in the form of household, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grains, and all the comforts related to world.
Adityadina navana grahana dosha pida nivaranartham adityadina navana grahana manukulyata siddhyartham.
Let the malefic effects of all the 9 planets be removed, and let the auspiciousness be bestowed by the grace of all the 9 planets.
Umyantarikshe vidyamana bhuta preta pishacha rakshasa brahma rakshasa vetala kushmanda dakini shakini ityadi sarvarishta nivaranartham.
That all the evil effects that cause calamities on the planet are the evil effects from various demonic beings like Bhuta, Preveta, dead people, Pishacha, demon, Rakshasa, Brahma Rakshasa, Vetada, ghost, Kushmanda, the class of demons, Kalkini, Shakini, little devil, Shakini, the kind of female demon be removed.
Manuvyakulata nivaranartham.
Let the mental confusion and worry be removed.
Prarabdhe karmani karishyamane karmani adidaivika adibhautika adhyatmika vigna nivaranartham.
All the obstacles be removed with regards to action done or going to be done related to God, world and spirituality.
Samastarana Nivaranartham Dhana Lakshmi, Dhanya Lakshmi, Santana Lakshmi, Saubhagya Lakshmi, Vidya Lakshmi, Veera Lakshmi, Shaurya Lakshmi, Vijay Lakshmi, Ityadi Ashtalakshmi Paripurna Kripa Kataksha Siddhyartham.
Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis like Dhana Lakshmi, Dhanya Lakshmi, food and grain, Santana Lakshmi offerings, Saubhagya Lakshmi, fortune, Vidya Lakshmi, knowledge, Shaurya Lakshmi, bravery, Veera Lakshmi, heroism, Vijay Lakshmi, success be showered.
Pariksha Sunata Sthane Vijaya Praptyartham Sarva Vidya Parangata Siddhyartham Medha Shakti Grahana Shakti Abhividyartham.
Let the top rank be obtained in the examinations. Let all the excellence be acquired in all the fields of knowledge. Let memory, power, understanding, ability be increased.
Ityadi Sakala Vida Sanmangalani Guru Pakatashena Siddhyartham.
Let the grace of the Guru, by the grace of Guru, let all the auspiciousness be showered upon.
Shri Kailasa Dvadashanta Shamala Pitarudha Shri Meena.
The one who ascended the Madhureshadinam Shamala Pitam, which is the supreme space of Kailasa, where Paramashiva resides and rules the whole cosmos and Kailasa.
Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parashiva Putra Ratna Kumara.
The one who is no different from Meenakshi Sundareshwara, the most beloved son of Paramashiva.
Kumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sanyapana Labda Divya Jnana Vishtita Sakrani Karimagamsara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravatri.
The young boy who is the Jamamam Gurus and the unequaled avatar, the one who received enlightenment by drinking the press milk of Devi Parvati, the author of the famous Dravida Vedam, which is the essence of all the Vedas and Agamas.
Srimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Mukta Majdarashayana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinna Kahalali Samasta Virida Vijayankati Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti.
The one adorned by the quadrangular palanquin made of pale, received by the grace of Paramashiva, adorned by the musical instrument Ambarla Chamram, by the sacred symbols of worship, adorned by the hands of praises, one who has won the whole world by his enlightenment and the science of enlightenment and been accepted by all kings as a supreme ruler.
Sarva Jana Sangha Satyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapa Varga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramata Kalava Kesari.
The Savara Videha Mukti and the immutable state of enlightenment immediately by Nirvana Diksha to all people, the one who creates this protecting leader, the roaring lion and the trumpeting elephant for other religions.
Shaiva Siddhanta Stapana Acharya Shri Rajadiraja Pandya Maharaj Guru Shapana Shakyali Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Ikshana Narhara Dvajochedana Puraka Shri Vadrishabha Dvajastapaka Shaiva Samaya Katre.
The Acharya who established Shaiva Siddhanta, the Raja Guru of the Pandya, who is the supreme king of all kings, the Guru who is also the Pandya king, the supreme king of all kings, the enlightenings and the Pramusata darkness of delusion, the one who installed the Rishabha flag, the creator of the revival.
Shri Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Bhagish Sundara Manikyavachaka Swami Nam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Narudata Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinavatyuttradishtama Guru Mahasan.
The one who is the ruler of the Sarvanya Pita, the seat of omniscience, whole avatar of such above-mentioned attributes, the Guru of the whole world, Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami, Appar Sundara and Manikavachaka Swami, oh, the ruler of the kingdom of enlightenment, the Shamala Pita Mahasamsthana, which was revived by Jnana Sambandha Swami, oh, the one who has ascended the seat of omniscience, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhana. The one who has ascended the seat of Arunachala Sarvanya Pita in the lineage of Arunagiri Yogishwara.
Kailasa Paramaragata Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita Tresanshuduttarajishtama Guru Mahasannidhana.
The one who has ascended the seat of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanya Pita as the 233rd pontiff Guru Mahasannidhanam in the lineage of Kailasa.
Nityotsava Nityamangala Nitya Kalyani Trijita Kailasa Paramaragata Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita Kartre.
The creator of the Nithyananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita, which is eternally celebrating auspicious festive and having the attracting energy of enriching.
Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata Vaivasutamanishakara Chandra Bhagirata Shriram Chandrashurya Nithyananda Chinna Sarvabhauma Chakravarti Paramparagata Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Chatushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Surya Vamsha Prapta Sarvagya Surangi Samrajam Urdha Bhishikta Chudamani Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kabila Mahapurusham Rudhrita Mahanirvani Pita Ashtotra Sahasratam Ashtotra Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara.
1008 Shri Mahamandaleshwara of Mahanirvani Pita, established by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself and revived by sage Kapila.
Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samhasana Abhishikta Samasta Gananayaka Shri Mahaganapati Samaram Bhanavat Chinna Pitadishwara Guru Parampara Praptatla Pita Ashtotra Sahasratam Ashtotra Sahasra Shri Atla Pitadishwara.
1008 Shri Atla Pitadishwara of Atla Pita, which has an unbroken lineage of pontiffs starting from Bhagavan Mahaganapati, who is the leader of the Ganas and who was coronated by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself.
Dharma Mukti Swarga Puraswarna Pita Trayo Vimsha Guru Mahasannidhana.
The 23rd Guru Mahasannidhana of Dharma Mukti Swargapura Sarvana Pita.
Kailasa Paramparagata Adipita Sarvagnya Pita Jagat Guru.
Jagat Guru of Adipita Sarvagnya Pita in the lineage of Kailasa.
Kailasa Punarudharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Shrimad Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Vadya Satchidananda Pranav Swarupa Shrotriya Brahmanishta Shrimad Jagat Guru Shri Shri Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami Nam Plityatam.
The one who is in the state of Paramahamsa, the Acharya of all sannyasis and Parivrajaka's, embodiment of the pure truth consciousness and bliss, embodiment of the sacred syllable Om, the knower of the Vedas, the one established in super consciousness.
Tesham Padara Vindayoho Bhakti Siddhyartham Guru Kripa Kata Siddhyartham Chema Sairya Virya Jaira Rogya Ishwarya Namabhrityartham Dharma Takam Moksha Tirtha Phala Purushartha Siddhyartham Mama Samastritopashantyartham Samasta Mangala Vaptyartham Bhagavashi Nithyananda Paramashva Prasadena Sakutumbhasya Jnana Vairagya Jivan Mukti Praptyartham Cha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Cha Dhyana Shodasopachara Sarvopachara Chanaradhana Pujam Prarthanam Karishye. Om Ananda Gandhanilaya Namaha. Om Bhavaroga Vishajaya Namaha. Om Kalpatarave Namaha. Om Pashupataye Namaha. Om Pasha Vimochakaya Namaha. Om Ipsita Paradayakaya Namaha. Om Bhagyavritti Parivartakaya Namaha. Om Adhi Vyadhi Vinashakaya Namaha. Om Samasta Kalyana Gunanvitaya Namaha. Om Vidati Purishaya Namaha. Om Shri Kailasa Pataye Namaha. Om Shri Om Shivashakti Ekaswarupaya Namaha. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Om Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandeshika Paramacharya Swamine Namaha. Om Nithyanandam. Now, as we all are getting ready to receive the darshan of Irena, Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu, let us all prepare ourselves with the sacred chant, the Dhyana Shloka of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu. And now, as all of us are going to be listening to the Dhyana Shloka, the sacred chant, to connect with Bhagavan Shri Sundareshwara Paramashiva, we request each and every one of you to sit straight, your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Connect to Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu as we chant the sacred mantras for all of us to connect to Bhagavan Sundareshwara, who is manifesting, who is coming down as the Nija Avatara. So please sit straight. We're going to be chanting the Shiva Purana. Just a few verses from the Shiva Purana. Now, as all of us are going to be chanting it, please sit straight.
Drop all your conscious resolution, anything else. Just retain the experience that you're being carried just by listening to the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra.
நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க, நாதன் தாள் வாழ்க, இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாள் வாழ்க. நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க, நாதன் தாள் வாழ்க, இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாள் வாழ்க. கோகழியாண்ட குருமனிதன் தாள் வாழ்க, புகழியாண்ட குருமனிதன் தாள் வாழ்க, ஆகமம் ஆகி நின்ற அன்னிப்பால் தாள் வாழ்க. புகழியாண்ட குருமனிதன் தாள் வாழ்க, ஆகமம் ஆகி நின்ற அன்னிப்பால் தாள் வாழ்க. ஏகன் அநேகன் இறைவன் அடி வாழ்க, வேகம் கெடுத்தாண்ட வேந்தன் அடி வெல்க. ஏகன் அநேகன் இறைவன் அடி வாழ்க, வேகம் கெடுத்தாண்ட வேந்தன் அடி வெல்க. பிறப்பருக்கும் பிஞகந்தன் பேய்கழல்கள் வெல்க, பிறப்பருக்கும் பிஞகந்தன் பேய்கழல்கள் வெல்க. புறத்தார்க்கு சேயோந்தன் பூங்கழல்கள் வெல்க, கரங்குவிவார் உள்மகிழும் கோன்கழல்கள் வெல்க. கரங்குவிவார் உள்மகிழும் கோன்கழல்கள் வெல்க, சிறங்குவிவார் ஓங்குவிக்கும் சீரோன் கழல் வெல்க.
The meaning of this verse, the sacred chants that we chanted now, it says, long live Namah Shivaya, long live the holy feet of our Lord, long live the feet of him who does not move away from my mind even for a second. Long live the feet of my Guru who ruled over Tiruvavadurai, the Tiruperumdurai. Long live the feet of him whose holy books and comes near us. Long live the feet of the God who has once appeared as many.
Now, the same space, let us all get ready to receive the darshan of Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul, who is coming down in the embodied form as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhana, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Please sit at the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Breathe in and breathe out deeply and slowly. Start chanting Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Dharayami. Now please take some flowers, smear it sandalwood paste in your hands and offer the flowers to Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu along with the mantra. Yopam pushpam veda pushpavan prajavan pashuman bhavati chandrama vapam pushpam pushpavan prajavan pashuman bhavati yaevam veda yopamaytanam veda ayatanavan bhavati pushpaih pujayami. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Dhurasi Dhurva Dhurvantam Dhurvatayyo Osman Dhuratitam Dhurvayam Vayam Dhurvamastam Devanamasi Sasnitamam Papritamam Jushtatamam Vannitamam Devahutam Avitamasir Havirdanam Trigumma Swamatva Amitrasya Tva Chakshusha Prekshe Mabherma Samvikta Matva Higam Sisham Dhupamagrapayami. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Uddīpe Sujata Vedopagnin Niritam Mama Pashogasya Mahyamavaha Jivanam Chadisho Disha Mano Higum Sijata Vedo Gamashvam Purusham Jagat Abhibhradagnaagahi Shriyama Paripataya Deepam Darshayami. Now please take a udharni of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water to Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Madhuvatarita Madhuksharanti Sindhavaha Madhviina Santoshadhihi Madhunaktamutoshasi Madhumatparthi Vagumrajaha Madhudyorastana Pita Madhumanno Vanaspater Madhumagummastu Suryaha Madhvirgavo Bhavantunaha Madhu 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 Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take the arati, the lit camphor in your hands, and slowly wave it towards Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Rajadirajaya Prasanya Sahine Namo Vayam Vaishravanaya Kurmahe Same Kamang Kama Kamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vaishravano Dadatu Kuberaya Vaishravanaya Maharajaya Namaha Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinде Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Karpura Niranjanam Darshayami.
Connecting with the Divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the Divine with your eyes open is Darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to Darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே, நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே, அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிட, நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே, அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிட, ஆடவாயனோடு பாட வந்தவனின் பாடுவாயை இனி மூட வந்ததொரு பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே, பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே, பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே. சத்திகம் திகதிகம் திகதி தனிதபதி தனி 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 தபமகரி தமகரி பமகர பமகரி மத பமர பமரனிதம்.
ತಿರುಗಿದ ಕಥಾ ಹಿಂಧ ಜುಮ್ಮಕ್ಕು ಜುಮ್ಮಕ್ಕು ಜನ
ஜுமக்கு ஜன ஜுமக்கு ஜுமக்கு திந்தா திந்தா ஆ ஜுமக்கு ஜுமக்கு திந்தா இந்தா சகரிக சரிணி கரி ததா தரி தனி தப மாமனை கரி gari magari tariga kajam kajam tariga tariga ni tariga ma dum tariga tariga gari sam tariga ta parani tariga te sagari magaga baba mada babari mada baba mani da sagiri sagari magati kani dani da sagiri dani tari tari da dari tari da dani da rigam mada baba mada tari da bagati sagari dani tari dani ga samari ga kani dani ni tari da dani da baba mada tari da baba tari tari da baba kani dani dani tari ga ga kani dani 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 da magari dani da bagati da baba mada kamari paatune bavamunane
அழகனின்றான் அவன் செய்த விளையாடல்களே அளவாய் அழகனின்றான் அவன் செய்த விளையாடல்களே அனைவருக்கும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் பொதுவில் தரும் அளவாய் அழகனின்றான் அவன் செய்த விளையாடல்களே அனைவருக்கும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் பொதுவில் தரும் அளவாய் அழகனின்றான்
இந்திரனின் சாபம் தவிர்த்து வெள்ளை யானை சாபம் தீர்த்து இந்திரனின் சாபம் தவிர்த்து வெள்ளை யானை சாபம் தீர்த்து கடம்பவனம் மதுரையானது மதுரையானது பாண்டியனின் மகளாய் உமாதேவி தடாதகையாய் அவதாரம் செய்து சௌந்தர பாண்டியனை அன்னையை மனம் முடித்து வெள்ளியம்பல திருநடனம் புரிந்து இங்கோதரனுக்கு அன்னமிட்டது அன்னக்குழியும் வைகையும் அழைத்து அருளியது அனைவருக்கும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் பொதுவில் தரும் அளவாய் அழகன் என்றார். சித்தராய் சித்துகள் புரிந்து கல்யாணைக்கு கரும்பு தந்து சித்தராய் சித்துகள் புரிந்து கல்யாணைக்கு கரும்பு தந்து சமணர் ஏவிய யானை அழித்து கால் மாறி ஆடியது பார்ப்பனமாதுக்கு அனுகிரகம் செய்து வேடம் பழி தீர்த்து சாட்சி சொன்னது. மழை தடுத்து நான் மாடக்கூடலாய் வெதியல் பாவம் தீர்த்து மாணவரங்கம் கொய்து சமணர் ஏவிய நாகம் கொன்றது. மாய பசுவை வதைத்து பொன் கொடுத்தது. அனைவருக்கும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் பொதுவில் தரும் மலவாய் அழகன் என்றார்.
படைக்க உதவனே பண்ட வைத்தது. ரசவாதம் செய்து உடனே விட்டு உலக கொடியை காட்டியது. மன்னனுக்கு சொர்க்கம் காட்டியது. மாவனாய் வந்து வழக்குரைத்தது. அனைவருக்கும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் புதுவில் பெறும் அளவாய் அழகு நின்றார்.
விதியில் விறகு சுமந்து சேரனுக்கு திருமுகம் தந்தது. விதியில் விறகு சுமந்து சேரனுக்கு திருமுகம் தந்தது. பாட பத்திரர் பலகை தந்தது. பலகை தந்தது. விரலுக்கு இசையில் வெற்றி தந்தது. பன்றிகளுக்கு பால் ஊட்டி வளர்த்தது. பன்னிருவரை மந்திரியாக்க செய்தது. கரிக்குருவிக்கு உபதேசம் செய்தது. நாரைக்கு முக்தியை தந்து அருளியது. அரவத்தால் ஆலவாய் காண்பித்தருளியது. அனைவருக்கும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் பொதுவில் தரும் மலவாய் அழகன் என்றார். நரிப்பறியானது பரிநறியானது. பிட்டுக்கு மண் சுமந்து தூண் நிமித்தியது. சமணரை வென்றது. சாட்சி அழைத்தது. நினைவில் நின்றிடுமே
சொக்கனின் விளையாடல் இன்னும் ஆயிரம் ஆயிரமே. சொக்கனின் விளையாடல் இன்னும் ஆயிரம் ஆயிரமே. படித்தவர்க்கும் கேட்டவர்க்கும் பல பல பலன் தருமே. பல பல பலன் தருமே. பல பல பலன் தருமே.
அனலாட புனலாட அம்புலியும் ஆட. அனலாட புனலாட அம்புலியும் ஆட. அருகோடு கொன்றையும் எழிலாக ஆட. அருகோடு கொன்றையும் எழிலாக ஆட. மழுவாட மானாட. மழுவாட மானாட. மாமேருவும் மாட. புவியாட கடலாட பகலவனும் சேர்ந்தாட. புவியாட கடலாட பகலவனும் சேர்ந்தாட. கணமாட காலனோடு காற்றாட திக்காட. கணமாட காலனோடு காற்றாட திக்காட. களி நடனம் காணறிய காட்சிதனை கண்டோமே. களி நடனம் காணறிய காட்சிதனை கண்டோமே. உமையாளும் தத்தோம் தகத்தோம் என்றாட. உமையாளும் தத்தோம் தகத்தோம் என்றாட. காணமோடு ஈசனே. ஓம் நம சிவாய, ஓம் நம சிவாய, ஓம் நம சிவாய, ஓம் நம சிவாய, ஓம் நம சிவாய.
ஓம் சிவ 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 சிவ. நன்மையை தந்திட நாம் மலர்ந்தோம் இங்கு. நாமே உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் தன்மையாயிருக்கும் தயாபர பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள். உயிரோடு உணர்வும் உருகி கண்களில் ஆனந்த கண்ணீர் பெருகி நிறைந்திடும் மனத்தொடு நிம்மதியோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் உயிருக்குள் உறைந்திருக்கும் நான் உயிர்த்து மலர்வேன் இப்பொழுது. ஆன்மலிங்கத்தை கொணர்ந்து ஆனந்த கந்தத்தில் தாங்கி நிறை உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். நிர்விகல்பம் தருவேன். உங்கள் உயிருக்குள் உறைந்திருக்கும் நான் உணர்வாய் மலர்ந்து இருப்பேன். ஓம் ஓம் சிவ 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 சிவ.
எடுகந்தானடி தில்லையிலே, எடுகந்தானடி தில்லையிலே, அதை பாட வந்தேனவன் எல்லையிலே. எடுகந்தானடி தில்லையிலே, அதை பாட வந்தேனவன் எல்லையிலே. இறைவனை நாட இன்னிசை பாட திருமுறை கூறிடும் அறநெறி கூட எடுகந்தானடி தில்லையிலே. எட்டிலும் மூவரை எழுத வைத்தார், எட்டிலும் மூவரை எழுத வைத்தார். அந்த பாட்டையும் அவனே பாட வைத்தார். எட்டிலும் மூவரை எழுத வைத்தார். அந்த பாட்டையும் அவனே பாட வைத்தார். நாட்டையும் தமிழையும் வாழ வைத்தார். நாட்டையும் தமிழையும் வாழ வைத்தார். அவன் நமக்கென்று உள்ளதை வழங்கிவிட்டார். நமக்கென்று உள்ளதை வழங்கிவிட்டார். எடுகந்தானடி தில்லையிலே. தந்தையும் தாயும் போல் அவன் இருப்பான். ஒரு தந்தையும் தாயும் அவனுக்கில்லை. தந்தையும் தாயும் போல் அவன் இருப்பான். ஒரு தந்தையும் தாயும் அவனுக்கில்லை. அந்நாள் தொடங்கி இருநாள் வரையில், அந்நாள் தொடங்கி இருநாள் வரையில் அவனென்று எதுவுமே நடப்பதில்லை. அவனென்று எதுவுமே நடப்பதில்லை. எடுகந்தானடி தில்லையிலே. சிறப்பிடும் சோழனில் பெரும் குலமே ஏடு தந்தானடி தில்லையிலே ஏடு தந்தானடி தில்லையிலே அதை பாட வந்தேன் அவன் எல்லையிலே இறைவனை நாட இன்னிசை பாட திருமுறை கூறிடும் அறநெறி கூட ஏடு தந்தானடி தில்லையிலே
மாசரு பொன்னே வருக மாசரு பொன்னே வருக திரிபுரம் அதை எரித்த ஈசனின் பங்கே வருக மாதவன் தங்காய் வருக மணிரதம் அதில் உலவ வாசலில் இங்கே வருக கோலமுகமும் குறுநகையும் குளிநிலவென நீல விழியும் திரைநுதலும் விளங்கிடும் நீலி என சூலி என தமிழ் மறை தொழும் மாசரு பொன்னே வருக திரிபுரம் அதை எரித்த ஈசனின் பங்கே வருக நீர்வானம் நிலம் காற்று நெருப்பான ஐம்பூதம் உலகாளை தனையேற்றும் பணியாற்றுதே பார் போற்றும் தேவாரம் ஆழ்வார்கள் தமிழாரம் இவையாவும் எழிலே உன் பதம் போற்றுதே திரிசூலம் கரமேந்தும் மாகாளி உமையே கருமாறி மகமாயி காப்பாற்று எமையே பாவம் விலகும் வினயங்களும் உனை துதித்திட ஞானம் விளையும் நலம் பெருகும் இருள் விலகிடும் சோதி என ஆதி என அடியவர் தொழும் மாசரு பொன்னே வருக திரிபுரம் அதை எரித்த ஈசனின் பங்கே வருக மாதவன் தங்காய் வருக மணிரதம் அதில் உலவ வாசலில் இங்கே வருக கோலமுகமும் குறுநகையும் குளிநிலவென நீல விழியும் திரைநுதலும் விளங்கிடும் நீலி என சூலி என தமிழ் மறை தொழும் மாசரு பொன்னே வருக திரிபுரம் அதை எரித்த ஈசனின் பங்கே வருக
அகண்ட உலகிதை அளந்த சிவனடி பறந்து விரிந்தது என்போமே இருந்த பொழுதிலும் எழுந்த சிவபொழி தொடர்ந்து வரும் என செல்வோமே
ஆதிவேதம் மான்றோரு போத நிலையானதே சிவமே நாத ஓங்காரம் நாள்தோறும் பாட உடன் சேருமே ஜெயமே பாலவேரோடு புல் பூண்டு பூச்சூட அறிவோமே சிவபோகம் அதுதானே சுபயோகம்
அளந்த சிவனடி பறந்து விரிந்தது என்போமே இருந்த பொழுதிலும் எழுந்த சிவபொழி தொடர்ந்து வரும் என செல்வோமே அகண்ட உலகினை அளந்த சிவனடி பறந்து விரிந்தது என்போமே இருந்த பொழுதிலும் எழுந்த சிவபொழி தொடர்ந்து வரும் என செல்வோமே
சலங்கைகள் நடனமும் புரிய எது வருவது அவனது அருளே மரவோ மரவோ
கல்வடிவென இருவிழி உருள காண்முகிலது நிறமென திர விழுவிலகிட அவனது பெயரை தொழுவோம் தொழுவோம். சிவ வாழ்வில் சேராது ஓர் மாற்றமே, அவன் பார்வை காட்டாதே ஏமாற்றமே. திருநீரை நாம் பூச தேரோட்டமே, நலம் கூட தீராதோ போராட்டமே. நினைத்த எதையும் சொல்லென்பார், நிலப்பெற செயல் செய்யென்பார், எதிர்த்து பகைகளை வெல்லென்பார். வீரம் தந்தே எடுத்த அடியில் செல்லென்பார், இமயமும் சிறு கல்லென்பார், பிரித்த கயமையை கொல்லென்பார். நேரில் வந்தே ஆதிவேதம் ஆன்றோரு மோத நிலையானதே சிவமே. ஆனாத ஓம்காரம் நாள்தோறும் பாட உடன் சேருமே ஜெயமே. காத வேரோட புல் பூண்டு பூச்சூட அறிவோமே சிவபோகம், அதுதானே சுபயோகமே.
दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने, दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने, दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने. நின்னருள் புகழ்ந்து பணியும் என்னையும் இறங்கி அருளும், நின்னருள் புகழ்ந்து பணியும் என்னையும் இறங்கி அருளும். மௌன குருவே ஹரனே எனையாண்ட நீலகண்டனே, மௌன குருவே ஹரனே எனையாண்ட நீலகண்டனே. दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने, दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने. मीनलोचनी मणाळा ताण्डवमाडुं सभावदे, मीनलोचनी मणाळा ताण्डवमाडुं सभावदे. ஞானியர் மனம் விரும்பும் நீலகண்டனே, ஞானியர் மனம் விரும்பும் நீலகண்டனே. மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே ஹரனே எனையாண்ட நீலகண்டனே. दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने, दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने. ஆதி அந்தமில்ல ஹரனே அன்பர் உள்ளும் வாழும் பரனே, ஆதி அந்தமில்ல ஹரனே அன்பர் உள்ளும் வாழும் பரனே. ஆதிமதிமேனியனே பரமேஷா நீலகண்டனே, ஆதிமதிமேனியனே பரமேஷா நீலகண்டனே. மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே ஹரனே எனையாண்ட நீலகண்டனே. दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने, दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा இறைவனே. கலாஞான வடிவான அமலனே நட ககன கலாஞான வடிவான அமலனே கதி தரும் மலர்பாதனே ஜெகதீசனே ஆ ஆ ஆ ஜெகதீசனே உயிரெல்லாம் நிறைபவனே தேவ தேவ எனையாளும் மாதவமே தயாபராமகேஸ்வரா அருள் தர வேணும் எல் இறைவனே அன்பினால் குருகி பண்பாடவே நான் அன்பினால் குருகி பண்பாடவே அந்த அப்பரும் சுந்தரரும் நான் அல்லவே கனகாபிஷேகம் செய்வோம் என்றால் உனக்கு காசாசை இல்லை அது நீ தந்ததே கனகாபிஷேகம் செய்வோம் என்றால் உனக்கு காசாசை இல்லை அது நீ தந்ததே எனதெல்ற பொருளேது எனதெல்ற செய்யதேது எனதெல்ற பொருளேது எனதெல்ற செய்யதேது நீ எல்லாம் உலகம் ஏது மாதவமே தயாபராமகே
கடினம் உமதடிமையே மெத கடினம் ஐயே மெத கடினம் உமதடிமையே மெத கடினம் பொய்யாத பொன்னம்பலத்தையாயிருக்கும் இடம் பொய்யாத பொன்னம்பலத்தையா இருக்கும் இடம் நையாந்த மனிதர்க்கு உய்யாது கண்டு கொள்ளும் நையாந்த மனிதர்க்கு உய்யாது கண்டு கொள்ளும் மெத கடினம் உமதடிமையே கடினம் மானாபிமானம் விட்டு தானாகி நின்றவர்க்கு சேனாதிபதி போல ஞானாதிபதி உண்டு மானாபிமானம் விட்டு தானாகி நின்றவர்க்கு சேனாதிபதி போல ஞானாதிபதி உண்டு பாருமே கட்டிக்காருமே உள்ளே சேருமே அது போருமே பாருமே கட்டிக்காருமே உள்ளே சேருமே அது போதுமே மெத்த கடினம் உமதடிமையே மெத்த கடினம் உமதடிமையே மெத்த கடினம் உமதடிமையே
சிவ 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 சிவ. நலன்கள் எல்லாம் பெற்று நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்ந்திட உலகனைத்துக்கும் ஆனந்தத்தொடு பெருவரமும் அளித்தோம். உள்ளத்துள் உறைந்திருக்கும் நாம் உயிர்த்தெழுந்து உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நன்மை செய்வோம். உண்மை இதுவே. சுந்தரேசந்தரும் வேரருள் வாழ்க வாழ்க, ஆனந்தத்தொடு வாழ்வீர்களாக. ஓம். Corina Parvu Tatast. You will experience your life successfully. மாயாதாஸ் ததாஸ்து. சர்வஞபீடகர்த்த சிவபுண்ணிய பிராப்திரஸ்து. தத்தாத்ரேய தத்புருஷ சிவம் ததாஸ்து. நிர்விகல்ப சமாதி பிராப்திரஸ்து. ஓம் 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 ஓம். சுப்ரியா மௌர்யா ததாஸ்து. பரிமளா சிவராமன் ததாஸ்து.
मनोबुद्ध्यहङ्कार चित्तानि नाहं न च श्रोत्रजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योम भूमिर्न तेजो न वायुः चिदानन्दरूपः शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहं.
சிவ சிவ. ஆன்மலிங்கத்தை தொப்புள் கொடியிலிட்டு மணிப்பூரகத்திலே மங்களமாய் அமர்ந்திருங்கள். குண்டலினி சக்தியை உயிர் பெறச் செய்து நாமே உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் பெரும் நன்மை செய்திடுவோம். ஓம் சிவ சிவ சிவ.
च वायु न वा सप्तधातुर्न वा पञ्चकोशः न वा पाणिपादौ न चोपस्थपायु चिदानन्दरूपः शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहं. न मे द्वेषरागौ न मे लोभमोहौ मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूपः शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहं. न पुण्यं न पापं न सौख्यं न दुःखं न मन्त्रो न तीर्थं न वेदः न यज्ञः अहं भोजनं नैव भोज्यं न भोक्ता चिदानन्दरूपः शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहं. न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जातिभेदः पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरुर्नैव शिष्यः चिदानन्दरूपः शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहं.
ஓம் சிவ 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 சிவ. ஓம் சிவ 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 சிவ.
காமமகற்றிய தூயனவன் சிவகாமத உந்தரினேயனவன். காமமகற்றிய தூயனவன் சிவகாமத உந்தரினேயனவன். மாமரி ஓதி செவ்வாயனவன் மணி மந்தேனு ஞானகாயனவன். மாமரி ஓதி செவ்வாயனவன் மணி மந்தேனு ஞானகாயனவன். கல்லை கனி பிக்கும் குத்தனவன் கல்லைக்கனி விக்கும் சுத்தனவன் முடி கங்கை கருளிய கல்லனவன் கல்லைக்கனி விக்கும் சுத்தனவன் முடி கங்கை கருளிய கல்லனவன் இல்லை சிதம்பர சித்தனவன் தேவர் சிங்கமேனும் உயர் தங்கம் அவன் தேவர் சிங்கமேனும் உயர் தங்கம் அவன் அம்பலத்தாடல் கையனவன் அம்பலத்தாடல் ஐயனவன் அன்பர் அன்பிற்கெளி தரும் மெய்யனவன் அம்பலத்தாடல் ஐயனவன் அன்பர் அன்பிற்கெளி தரும் மெய்யனவன் கும்பை முடிக்கணி துயனவன் ஸ்வயம் ஜோதியவன் பரஞ்சோதியவன் கும்பை முடிக்கணி துயனவன் ஸ்வயம் ஜோதியவன் பரஞ்சோதியவன் ஸ்வயம் ஜோதியவன் பரஞ்சோதியவன் ஜோதியவன் பரஞ்சோதியவன் சிவ சங்கரனை பணிந்தாடுவோம் புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே சிவ சங்கரனை பணிந்தாடுவோம் புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே அவன் புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே சிவ சங்கரனை பணிந்தாடுவோம் புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே அவன் புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே
கவுனியத்து பாசுரங்க கலசம் போற்றி போற்றி சுரும்பு முறை கடிமலர் பூங்குழல் போற்றி உத்தரிய தொடி தோல் போற்றி கரும் பொருவ சிலை போற்றி கவுனியத்து பாசுரங்க கலசம் போற்றி போற்றி சுரும்பு முறை கடிமலர் பூங்குழல் போற்றி எடுத்தாங்க அங்கையர்கண் எம்பிராட்டி திரும்பும் மனம் உழைத்தென்னை எடுத்தாண்ட அங்கையர்கண் எம்பிராட்டி அரும்புதை போற்றி ஆரண நூபுரம் சிலம்பும் அடிகள் போற்றி அரும்பும் இளநகை போற்றி ஆரண நூபுரம் சிலம்பும் அடிகள் போற்றி போற்றி சுரும்பு முறை கடிமலர் பூங்குழல் போற்றி உத்தரிய தொடி தோல் போற்றி கரும்புருவ நிலை போற்றி கவுனியைக்கு பாசுரங்க கலசம் போற்றி போற்றி சுரும்பு முறை கடிமலர் பூங்குழல் போற்றி
மலை காடு அது ராக்கிற்கு வீடு பழமுதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல அந்த பழமுதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல
மலை வாசாகி எங்கள் குலகேசா திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா சுக்ரீதிவுமதிலாந்தங்க மர சோலைகளா சுக்ரீதிவுமதிலாந்தங்க மர சோலைகளா தங்க மர சோலைக்குள்ளே தேவி அவ வாக்காயம்மா மலை வாசாகி எங்கள் குலகேசா திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா
மாமர சோலைகளா மந்திகள் மந்திகளின் கூட்டங்களாம் மாமர சோலைகளாம் மந்திகளின் கூட்டங்களாம் மந்திகளின் கூட்டத்திலே மங்கையந்தர காயமா அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராக்குறதுக்கு வீடு பழம் மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல
அகனமல சொங்குகளாம் தேரமா தீர்த்த தொட்டி அகனமல சொங்குகளாம் தேரமா தீர்த்த தொட்டி அங்கிருந்து தீர்த்த வர ஆத்தாவாக்கு சக்தியால ஏழுமலை வாசாணி எங்கள் குலகேசா திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா
அந்த மலை சொங்குகளாம் அழிரங்க பொய்கைகளாம் அடர்ந்த மலை சொங்கு
லைவ் இல்ல
ரெட் ஸ்கிரீன் தான்மா
வந்துருத்து. பரவாயில்ல ஒன்றும் தெரியல.
Start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadushnam Tattvamasyaadilakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
Now let's understand who is Paramashiva. Bhagwan himself has beautifully
Sorry for the technical glitch. And Bhagwan beautifully explained what is power manifestation. It is a cognitive shift, you commanding over the reality. It's a science because millions have experienced it and each one of us can experience it. Power manifestation literally pokes hole in your self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred and makes you understand that it is not just the logical world but something beyond exists. And beautifully the Paramashiva space that Bhagwan initiated, Sundareshwara Paramashiva, blessing all of us into the higher reality, higher science again and again, and making us manifest all the reality in such a beautiful way. Now for each of the power manifestation, we have the pramanas, the evidences, and Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. And Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alva, Siddhas, Yoginis, Yogis, even Asuras. All of them manifested all the powers of Paramashiva, not just the great Rishis, but also the Grahasthas, the householders, lived and manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagwan's very own Leelas to manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagwan showcased to all of us that having a cognitive shift, how it can express and experience as power manifestation, as superconscious being, conscious sovereignty as our own reality. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciple devotees, followers, just like all of us all over the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, blessed and initiated by Bhagwan himself into the science of power manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, Bhagavan beautifully gives us all these pramanas, the evidences for us to get grounded to each of the powers that we'll be expressing. The Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, the consciousness, Bhairava, one who experienced the consciousness. Tantra is the method by which we can experience the consciousness beyond the mind into the superconscious space. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra for the power of third eye from Sutra 34, Dharana 11.
The Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye awakening is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodadhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha क्रमेण मनसोदाढ्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession by stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. Beautifully, Bhagavan says how the mind, the inner space, how the receiving happens when you are ready. Like you have so many channels in the television. Only if you tune to that channel, you will receive that channel. Like that, Bhagavan says, only if we are ready by fixing our mind on the inner space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam. Bhagavan says, if we sit and we are in the recognition, Bhagavan says, recognition is nothing but recognizing. We start recognizing that very space that we are Paramashiva. How you tune your internet, same way we are able to experience that. Only when we cognize that. For example, you have a laptop or you have a cell phone, the app has to be installed and the app has to be installed and the registration has to be done. Only then the app can connect and you can start communicating with the other person. Probably the app is a Zoom app. You have to install it, register it. That part is done by the you, and then you can use the Zoom for any other purpose. Same way Bhagavan says, when we are able to put our mind into the complete oneness space, then simply he can download any of the powers into us. And what do we need to do for that? Only decide, recognize us from what the identity which we hold into the Paramashiva space. I am Paramashiva, I am the space of oneness. And simply when I decide that, I manifest as powers. The whole science Prahlada understood when he was in the womb. When he came out, he could decide that he can install an app as Prince, or he can install as Vishnu. He decided to go as Vishnu. Everything was Vishnu for him. He only decided to see and he only decided to have Vishnu as everything. That is why he was in such a beautiful space and he did not even get disturbed when Hiranyakasipu even tried to destroy him, or when all the great things happened, like he was put into all the test, nothing disturbed him. When they tried to give him poison, it became nectar. When he was put in a pot of snake, and everything became a garland. Everything was in such a beautiful space, because every snake or every poison he saw as only cognition level as Vishnu, as auspiciousness, as abundance, that if Vishnu is doing this, then it should be correct. He saw everyone as Vishnu. If you see the laptops around you, you have so many laptops in a company, then you sit and you do something, other next person does something, but the laptop and internet is just the same for everybody. Like that, the Paramashiva space is the oneness space. It's same for everybody. We have our perception on that screen as what we are perceiving. It is nobody's fault they are that way, or it is not our fault we are this way. Bhagavan says the rahasya is you don't have to change yourself, you don't have to do anything to yourself. All you need to do is recognize you are Paramashiva, who is having these apps run in your system. And if you connect to the Paramashiva, the supercomputer, you will simply download all the apps and you can manifest all the reality. How the computer runs with so many apps and you can do so many functions. And same thing when you connect to the supercomputer, the Paramashiva space in you, who you are, and simply you can manifest any reality. But the connection that you have to experience that oneness with Paramashiva. Beautifully, the Apta Pramana for the power of third eye, the Markandeya, the beautiful temple in South India. The temple is so unique. Why is it unique? Each temple has something very unique. Markandeya temple in the South India has a gopura where it is so unique that they have modern people sculpted. It is not sculpted now. A lot of people think that it is sculpted now, but actually it is sculpted few thousand years ago. How the modern humans will live, wear dresses, and using cell phone and wristwatches. Everything is clearly sculpted thousands of years ago. Here, beautifully from Mahabharata, book 3, after the Mahabharata war, King Yudhishthira was asking sage Markandeya about the future and specifically about Kali Yuga. Rishi Markandeya, from his third eye power, accessed the Akashic reading, the cosmic archive, and started reading the pages on what will happen in future, specifically in Kali Yuga, thus answering all Yudhishthira's question, and how they lived, understanding and knowing how the humanity is going to function, how Bhagavan reveals all this great truth for all of us to live in such a harmony, in such a oneness space, collective integrity as conscious sovereignty into everyone's purpose, living the higher consciousness as superconscious being, why we came to planet Earth and manifest all these powers and celebrate Bhagavan in all its fullness. Here Bhagavan beautifully speaks on power manifestation.
How much you feel you are alive inside your skin, the same intensity, with that same authenticity, I felt I am alive on everything that exists. So, based on this experience, my relationship towards the world, my relationship with human beings, my relationship with nature, my relationship with myself, everything had a cognitive shift based on this experience. That is what I define as enlightenment. Enlightenment is the cognitive shift happens in you based on the experience you exist in everything that exists. Please go ahead with your next question.
Thank you very much, Swamiji, for explaining that. We want to find out what
Parveen, hope I am able to, my accent is okay?
Your accent is just perfect. We understand you.
Thank you, Parveen.
Thank you. We want to speak about what is inner awakening.
We have so many powers inside us. The power of words, power of thinking, power of feeling, power of life. These are various powers we have inside. For example, a word which you utter can either make or break a relationship. The word we utter can make our life happy or break our life. All this is a powers inside us. In Sanskrit, we use the word Kundalini Shakti. We have various multiple potential powers sitting inside us, which is neither awakened nor used. Inner awakening is a process where I work on your body, mind, physiology, psychology and consciousness to awaken all your potential powers, like power of words, power of thinking, power of feeling and power of living. Ultimately, the power to create a space to make whatever you want as reality. So the inner awakening is all about awakening the inner potential energy you carry through a time-tested, most authentic, powerful, ancient Vedic secrets and techniques and methodologies. Consciousness, living in your peak energy. So this inner awakening is all about living in your peak possibility. Year, only handful of incident happens for the whole year. You can count the number of crime happens the whole year in the Bali within your two hands. So such a crime-free island filled with numerous temples. Will be brought to your experience, into your reality in this inner awakening level 4. Here, Kundalini is your inner potential energy. You have so many powers. Even using the right word at the right time is a power. Thinking in the right direction is a power. Feeling in the right direction is a power. Like this, you have multiple powers inside you. Kundalini is the totality of all these powers. It is like your abilities. See, nowadays, you don't need to believe these powers. You don't need faith component at all, because I have already developed a precise methods which are reproducible in the large scale, which proves very clearly the possibility of awakening your inner potential energies. Kundalini is awakening those powers in you, like telepathy and power of thinking, power of completion, materialization. These are all the few expressions of Kundalini. I can give you little more detail about this Kundalini. If your body is prepared with yoga and mind is prepared with the right methods of completion, suddenly all the blockages in the path of Kundalini energy is removed. Your body is flooded with a real experiential energy which brings, activates multiple auspicious, good energies and powers inside you, which results into more health, better space of completion, contentment, stress-free life, fulfillment in relationships, and better consciousness to attract and celebrate wealth. All these newer dimensions open in your life. So Kundalini awakening is a very powerful Vedic way of helping you to reach your potential possibility, your peak possibility, whether it is in the field of your career or field of fulfillment or your health, mental wellness or relationships, in any dimension, helping you to reach your peak possibility, helping you to reach your highest experience is Kundalini awakening.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is Kundalini energy and how it awakens us into the higher reality. Now, the Shakshi Pramana from the Balasans, how they manifested the powers of third eye. You can see that completely the child is having the patch and they are recognizing all these deities just through the power of third eye.
Okay. As you can see, the volunteer has placed the first deity on the red mat. By coming and connecting into the space of oneness with Swamiji, who is none other than the embodiment, the living incarnation of Paramashiva himself in form, by chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, we connect in oneness with Swamiji and we are able to manifest the Shaktis of the ability to see beyond the eyes. Once Parameshwar Maharaj is ready, Parameshwar Maharaj, you can start telling the name of the deity in the mic.
It's Sadashiva. It's a form of Sadashiva, Chandrasekhara.
Yes. So as you can see, Parameshwar Maharaj has exactly told what it is, and it is a form of Sadashiva, and Chandrasekhara is what he has told. And now I request the volunteer to confirm if that is right and that is what it is.
Yes, it's correct.
Okay. Mahavakya, and you will also be in the same space. Yes, Parameshwar Maharaj, once you're ready, you can reveal it.
It's Sri Krishna.
Okay, as you can see, Parameshwar Maharaj has told that it is Sri Krishna, and I request you to give a confirmation if this is Sri Krishna.
Yes, it's Krishna. It's absolutely right. It's got the minute details also correct.
Yes. So as you all can see, Parameshwar Maharaj has very clearly told. So it's a very small deity.
Now let's go to the... All this, if you observe, the patch that they have put in their eyes, completely making sure there is no light passing their eyes. All we understand is when the light passes, the photon, right? The light reflects and passes through our eyes. What happened? The image is inverted into our brain. Actually, we see it in our brain, at the back of the brain. It's where we see it. And we perceive it from the back of the brain, not in our eyes. Eyes is just lenses, how we have the utility. Like eyeglasses, it is just a lenses. The nerves which connect, which makes the sense, and even though it's completely dark inside our head, where the light comes is self-effulgent and we perceive the image at the back of the brain. But Bhagavan says there is this third eye which is also made of rods and cones, which when you put a wire through the side, the prefrontal cortex, that area, the sides of it, and the middle part which is there, simply the whole thing attached to that point is also something which is perceived through the brain directly. How you perceive at the back of the brain, you're perceiving in the front of the brain. And this is very much possible. And they did a test beautifully on Bhagavan, and they were able to see how he can just walk into it and he can walk out of it. They have done so many tests through the Balasans, and they have also documented that how they are doing. And in devotees also, how the manifestation happens. Again, you can listen to the doctor carefully, how he explains the dopamine spot, D spot or divine spot.
He said, really interestingly, there were three people there. They said, I opened my third eye. And that's stunning because I learned about third eye as a child, but didn't read about it for a long time, where it is today. But what he said was, I asked him to describe more in detail what does he mean by third eye. And he said, it's a deep meditative state. It's probably very, very deep state. But he said, it looks like a small petal on one side going and joining. Another side, another petal comes and joins, and you join together, and then it becomes the third eye. Like a blissful state that you experience and move in third eye. So that's really a very, very interesting and fascinating finding. And we're going to talk about it for a long time.
Beautifully, you can understand how Bhagavan walks into this third eye. This prefrontal cortex just get very highly lit, and the higher reality starts manifesting through that. All these signs are pretty much documented for all of us to understand. This is scientifically possible for each one of us to experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Here, if you can get your eye bands ready, and if you have the Jnananjan in your Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temples. And if you can get some books, that's also wonderful. The books can be Living Enlightenment, or it can be Bhagavad Gita, or any other magazines or books that you have, pictures, colors, letters, however you are comfortable. Power manifestation is not some routine or some work or something that has to be achieved, nothing. How, if somebody tells you to go to sleep, what would you think? It is not work. You just enjoy it from the day you're born to the day you're dead. We love sleep. All over the world, all of us are so happy to sleep, because that is the most beautiful space that we experience without this mind and identities that we carry. We can unload them for a few minutes and get into the beautiful sleep. Same way, if you enter that consciously, you can be 24 hours in that same state, what you love the most, and you can experience all the auspicious manifesting through you. All that needs to recognize our way of thinking. That's all it takes. It doesn't take anything to change you or anything outside or nothing. Everything, whatever happens, is from the space of Paramashiva. It becomes auspicious. Now, we should not make the light enter these two eyes. That is why the Balasans have the patch. They love the patch. See, if you go to a doctor, they cover one eye if one eye is lazy, so that the lazy eye starts functioning. Now we are covering both the eyes with the same patch, so that the third eye starts functioning, which is also made of the same rods and cones in scientific world, the pituitary gland, and it starts perceiving directly the images in the frontal instead of the back side of the lobe. And we can see the thoughtless space happening, and we can see in the Balasans how they are in such pure oneness space when they are doing the third eye reading. First thing, to manifest powers, first thing we need to understand, we go to a college for becoming a doctor, a lawyer, or engineer. First, when we enter the college, we are very clear of we are a doctor. Then we start only relating, everybody saying, I am a doctor, I am studying doctor, I am doctor. We don't say after 4 years I am doctor. We don't use those words. Same way, when you start manifesting powers, you be very clear that you are already manifesting all this. See very clearly. The Sankalpa is, the will persistence is seeing how clearly you are manifesting these powers. And when you see that happen, simply it becomes a cognition in you. You have to build that cognition, what you are perceiving in this world, the new reality, that living as superconscious being. So when you cover your eyes and start seeing through your third eye, first you will probably see all kinds of things and you will write down. But when you're very sure you are manifesting, the kids do this. First day when I give the book, they say all of them raise the hand, they can do third eye reading. First thing, they don't have any doubt. Second thing, when they start doing the third eye reading, they very well start reading. I will give a book about astronomy, they'll be reading about animals, but I tell them, very good, go ahead. And they go on doing this. They, by 4th or 5th day, they are happy manifesting the powers of third eye, simply because they believe that they manifest the powers. That's how we started walking, talking, everything in our life. We know we can experience that. So first, be very clear. Bhagavan has said that more than these eyes, third eye will be functioning in this world. So with that initiation and Bhagavan's presence in the Kailash courtyard, blessing all of us with all the mess we do, he is blessing us continuously to experience the superconscious being, so that we can raise to the new reality. Now, beautifully, we can start the third eye reading. You can have the books, you can have any of the magazines, anything fine, but cover your eyes in such a way there is no light passing this, so that this area will become dark enough for you to see it clearly. That's why Balasan says, make it darker, make it darker. And they'll be asking, why can't you read just with your closed eyes? They'll say, no, light is disturbing. If they close the eyes also, you can see some lights. So that will be not very good when you start doing these powers. So completely make it dark for the third eye to be seen clearly. So that is why we need very good eye bands, so that it is completely dark, where you can start recognizing the third eye power of showing you everything in reality. If Sanjaya could see, Markandeya could see, you and me, all of us can see. And let's get into the deep oneness space with Paramashiva. The instruction that Bhagavan gives: sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva, Sundareshwara Paramashiva, that gorgeous space, that beautiful malas that he's wearing, that beautiful oneness space that you experience, the smile, the blessings, the auspicious space, the initiation. Bring all that to your third eye. Living through the third eye is a manifestation. The lower three chakras is only reaction. Only detox is required with Panchakriya, Haritaki, castor oil and neem juice. Nothing else, any reaction, any doubt, any questions, any words from the mind is only reaction. What we can experience, the pure consciousness, is from the third eye. So bring Paramashiva to your third eye. Remember again and again what remembers you again and again. Recognizing that is all manifestation is about. Unclutch completely from the outer world. How you put away your phone when you go to sleep, you don't take it to your deep sleep. So you are putting away your phone. Same way, leave the gadgets alone. Do not touch it during this time. Same way, all that your thoughts are happening. Somebody asked Bhagavan, don't you have thoughts? How do you relate to us? Bhagavan said, yes, I have thoughts and I do relate through the mind for talking to you and all that. So he comes down his frequency and relates to us in our level and speaks to us. So how does thought does not disturb him? He says very clearly, that is only 1 acre of land. I have millions of acre where there is no thoughts. So I reside in that. All we need to do is recognize our million space of acre, which is Paramashiva, the quantum space, who we are. The thoughts, let it keep happening. Do not engage in them. The complete completion again and again that happens in us makes us unclutch from what we perceive as reality, the perception world. Do not engage in that. That's all. Whatever happens, nothing wrong with that. Just don't engage through your emotion, thoughts, or continuously engaging in the mind. Unclutch from that. And only doing this is the greatest tyaga that you can offer at Bhagavan's lotus feet. Living as Paramashiva and continuously in the space of oneness with Paramashiva, when you don't engage in these thoughts, and entangling with Bhagavan in the quantum space again and again. Now you'll ask, how can I see Bhagavan if my eyes are closed? You are going to see through your third eye, which is quantum, and Bhagavan is residing in the quantum space when he is in deep Samadhi. So you will start entangling. You are actually mirroring. Mirroring is what? You stand in front of the mirror. Who do you see? You see as your mirror. You see here Bhagavan as your mirror. Sit as Paramashiva with 25 face and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Very clearly define yourself. You are Sundareshwara Paramashiva. You are Parashakti. And anything else other than that comes into your mind, unclutch from that. Start chanting the Mahavakya intensely with a deep listening. When you listen to yourself again and again, that's the key to raise you into the next dimensions. Just merge into Paramashiva with deep gratitude, deep oneness, and deep surrender. Bhagavan, bless me and show me the space of Paramashiva, that beautiful oneness that I can experience. Be only in that bhava and experience that and chant the Mahavakya. Whatever side effect the mind says, just keep noting it down. At the end of the cycle, you can verify. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Experiencing the power of third eye. Let's start.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Vani open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Please open your eye bands and see whatever you have written or what Paramashiva has shown you. Whatever it can be, pictures, colors, numbers, whatever pages that you have seen or your partner has shown and you are able to recognize, or what just came to your mind as thoughts, it comes as pictures, as visions, as intuitions, whatever you call it, what is that you experienced and what is there in the book. If it matches, please take a screenshot. At the end of the cycle, we'll verify it. We'll have one more cycle of third eye power manifestation. And sorry for the technical glitch. Initially we had that I had to connect it. We can have one more cycle of few more minutes, all of us collectively doing the collective integrity of manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, residing as Paramashiva, Sundareshwara Paramashiva, for few more minutes to experience the oneness. Again, you can have some more books or pages that you can do the third eye reading. Be very clear, you are manifesting the powers. Bhagavan has initiated and Bhagavan is sitting there. Who is going to manifest? Who is sitting and showing you the pages, what you are? Clearly visualize Bhagavan sitting with you and showing you the pages, and simply you can see all the pages because he is sitting there right with you and showing you all the pages. And many a times Balasans have said, Ma, Bhagavan is showing me this, Bhagavan is telling me this. They would answer even the questions like that. Ma, Bhagavan is saying this answer. So clearly it is Paramashiva who is manifesting through us all the time. And recognizing that again and again, especially in power manifestation sessions, will make us manifest and recognize even in the outer world. It's not these simple exercise that we are doing, but we are poking holes in our whole identity that we carry and understanding we are the ultimate, we are the Brahmanya Bahuputratam. Out of 84 million species and 8 billion people, we are the chosen one by Bhagavan to experience the oneness. So more than any of us, Bhagavan is sitting there to showcase and make us manifest, each one of us. All we need to do is surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet, all the identities. How you surrender everything when you go to sleep. Same way, surrender all that you know as you at Bhagavan's lotus feet again and again. Just be in the oneness. All we need to do is recognize the Paramashiva space. Wake up to Paramashiva. We wake up from the dream. We come to this reality. When we wake up to Paramashiva, we become consciousness. We become enlightenment. that beautiful space that we can experience, which is already happening. That is the reason why we are breathing. That is the reason why we are making the food into blood. Bhagavan beautifully says, if we can manifest so much, all this is too simple for Paramashiva to manifest. And we can recognize that more and more again and again when we manifest the powers, that we don't need decisions, we don't need plans, we don't need thinking for running a life. All we need is Paramashiva surrendering to the lotus feet. That is the best space that we can be to manifest all the abundance, auspiciousness, and blessings in our life. So let's have few more minutes of power manifestation, please. Wear your eye bands in such a way the light does not enter your eyes, completely dark this place. And if you can keep a tissue paper and then tie your eye bands, that will be even more beautiful. Have any of the books, that's perfectly fine. Entangle with Bhagavan and chant the Mahavakya with a deep listening. If you vibrate from your stomach, the more you breathe from your stomach, you become thoughtless. Because that is what Ganesha is, Bhagavan says, how he has deep breathing. From Mooladhara, if you breathe, you become so intelligent. That is the reason why the Ganesha has a huge trunk and large ears for the listening part of it. When you do both, you start manifesting the higher intelligence. That is all Ganesha is saying to us again and again. So again, Bhagavan is giving us one more space for us to experience the oneness. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya, deeply surrendering with deep gratitude and earning that Paramashiva to become our existential reality. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Jnananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the
So beautiful. Please open your eyes, and whatever you have seen, please share authentically in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. All these great signs, like Anjalikama said, she is able to see the rose word. All this again and again, when you start manifesting powers and noting it down, after a month, when you go back and see, hey, yes, I have manifested 6 days, the powerful cognition, 3 days, 3 power manifestation, and more every week, every single day, how you have yoga and puja. Every single day we have power manifestation as daily routine. More and more, when we poke holes, Bhagavan says, into your logic, we understand we are Paramashiva, not the human that we are struggling. That delusion just dissolves when we manifest more and more powers. So that happens when you start sharing. How Bhagavan built the millions of acres where he resides in such a Paramashiva space is when he contributes to the world. When you tell others, it's easy to tell others that you are Paramashiva. When you doubt, how can they be Paramashiva? That doubt is nothing but your own reflection of that doubt. When you're very clear, they are Paramashiva, then you are Paramashiva. When somebody asks Bhagavan, how do you see everybody in this Sabha? He said, I see them, the little immature frequencies out there, a blocked frequency. This is how he sees us as frequency. He doesn't see us like what we perceive as human being. And of course, he can see us as human being also in the frequency when he comes down. And more, all the avatars, when you see them, what they see, first thing Ramakrishna Paramahamsa saw Vivekananda, he said, "Oh Devi," and he could see all that only as Devi. And same way Ramana Maharshi, whoever comes there, even for taking food, he would see, "Oh, Arunachala has come." And please, even once when there was a buffalo, he called everybody and said, "What do you see?" And everybody said, "I see as buffalo." Again he asked, "What do you see?" They said, "It's a buffalo, we see as buffalo." He said, "No, he is Arunachala, and I can see as only Arunachala." They live, they reside, they see everybody as Paramashiva. All these avatars, recognizing yourself in others as Paramashiva is your space of Paramashiva. So when you share and enrich the world that you are Paramashiva, you recognize their Paramashiva space. That is when you boldly can share to anybody saying you are Paramashiva. And that is all Prahalada did. Everything was Vishnu. Everywhere he went, he said everything is Vishnu. And simply he could point to a pillar, and Vishnu had made the pillar pregnant in a minute, and he has to come out. Simply, all this was possible when you reside in the higher self who you are. And if you see the dollar sign, you can contribute to Kailasa. When you do the dharma, dharma protects you. That is why all the temples has the hundi as the first thing when you enter, to show your gratitude. Again and again, when we show our gratitude, simply that comes back, enfold back to us in blessings and as auspiciousness. So with this, thanking all of you here and thanking Bhagavan in deep gratitude and deep yearning for Paramashiva to become existential reality, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much for holding the collective integrity and manifesting the powers. See you next in the next, after next darshan or next satsang.